best community challenge show matches for 2019. First up, we've got a game between Flavio, filling in for Dak, who I've stuffed up scheduling for. Sorry, mate. Against Coolblade, and we're going to have a Mountain Crossing Babylonian versus Celt game. Let's make sure the players are ready. No, there's my transitions. Yeah, my transitions are all good. Alright. Just about to start the game. And I'll turn on the music actually. This isn't too loud, is it, mate?
I don't hear it.
Actually, you
right
don't
now,
hear it.
so.
Oh, cool. Alright. So we have Flavio spawning on the right as the red Celt player, and on the left we have Coolblade as the blue Babylonian player. And I better introduce my co-caster today, which is Spaniard. How you doing,
What's
man?
up, guys? Good. Good to be here.
I'll just fix my camera settings. That's a better speed.
So this Celt versus Babylonian is an interesting matchup. I don't know. It's Babylonians have the economic advantage, I think, but Celts maybe have the better early game. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I think it's a hard one, really, because Celt have definitely got the better mobility in their early game. But in the same token, Babylonian have also got a really nice spear-centric early game themselves that leads into a really nice H2. But you're right, though. Celts is probably one of the civs where it is harder to try and apply that pressure because they've got the spears themselves and they are quicker than yours.
Mm. Looks like both players kind of going for standard approach here. Flavio's on his hunt, very smartly putting his lumberjacks on that tree there near his hunt. So good play from him. There comes a barracks from Flavio. No barracks yet from Coolblade, but it looks like he is going to be there pretty soon. He's got a few lumberjacks there, so he should be not too far behind in that barracks game there.
I don't think Coolblade's actually seen the water yet. Flavio's obviously scouted it because he can see all these fish. I'm not sure if Coolblade actually has or if there's just no fish there on that side of that water. Because that could also be really nice for Flavio.
Yeah, you could try to get a little proxy dock or something going back there, but looks like Flavio is throwing 2 villagers down on his barracks, so he's going to get that up very quickly. I believe I saw, we got a barracks coming down for Coolblade as well. So Coolblade's going to be a little behind in the barracks, but not too far behind. So we'll see if, I guess, Coolblade may choose to defend with his spears as opposed to going on the offensive. I don't know.
Well, that's it. I think because they are delayed, he is already on the back foot, so it's a bit hard for him to try and be aggressive, especially if the other player moves out with his. Especially because Celt player, they don't really cost a lot, so he can just really sit on the hunt and then just take a little bit of wood and go from there.
Yep.
In fact, Flavio's already distance mining some stone.
Here comes a Ziggurat from Coolblade, so he's moving up to H2, whereas Flavio has not queued up H2 yet. The Celts have to throw down a few houses before they can get to H2, so looks like Flavio's queuing up his houses now. Flavio also choosing to kind of just stay defensive with his spears. I guess he's maybe trying to get a critical mass before he moves out. He has dropped a few villagers here. He needs to queue up some villagers, although I guess he's population capped, so needs to get that house built quick. Yeah, he's got 4 villagers on that house, so he can get out some villagers. Very unfortunate there for Flavio. He needs to keep up with his villager production. There it comes. Coolblade, meanwhile, queuing up some more spearmen and is about to hit H2. So we'll see. Interesting choice, though, there, Ardashir. He's choosing to gather gold. It looks like he's not choosing, Coolblade's not choosing to go for a town center. What do you think he might be going for here?
Well, I'm not sure if he's trying to force out the early resourcefulness tech, because it does cost quite a fair bit more gold than trying to, say, go for handsaw and go for, say, hunting dogs or your berries. Overall, it just costs that little bit more gold, and the Babs, generally, you don't necessarily have to, because if you're going to stay infantry in Age 2, your shield bearers are just a food cost, and these days they are actually pretty good against other infantry. In fact, they're usually preferred over spearmen because they're better against ranged, whereas the spearmen, you really only want them out in the field. In Age 2 and 3, going up against their only, like, the counter unit, whereas the shield bearers are a little bit more flexible because they're good against static defense, they're good against archers. They're tanky enough that they don't just outright die to things like spearmen. I mean, to other counters of things that spearmen would just outright die to, as well as to spearmen. So it is a little bit easier to micro them as well.
True. Looks like Coolblade's choosing to get down a dock here, so he's going to start getting some fishing boats out on the water. He's also pushed up with his army, so it looks like he is kind of keen to maybe get a little early aggression here. Those Babylonian spearmen are fairly tanky as spearmen go. So we'll see what damage he can do here. He's going to try to micro here, get onto this damaged spearman of Flavio. He's going to push Flavio's spearman away. Looks like he's going to get this storehouse, but not much value there. Only one deer left. But meanwhile, he does have Flavio kind of on his back hill here.
I think he does, but Flavio also has this nice safe hunt way up here. So as long as he doesn't drop too many houses here, although he really should be probably trying to take a fight a little bit earlier, I think he's not too badly off as long as he can try and save this house. Because
See if he can save it.
He's got the long swordsman before there's any, say, bearers or other units coming out from the Babylonian. So composition-wise, he does actually have the upper hand as long as he can try pull his opponent towards town center fire.
Yeah, it was a nice play there from Coolblade to snag a house, but good defense from Flavio. He's getting out some long swords, as you mentioned. Does look like Coolblade is queuing up some bowmen now, so Coolblade will have a counter to these long swordsmen in the bowmen. So we'll see how he chooses to play that game there, and we'll see how Flavio counters. I guess Flavio's best bet may be to throw down an archery range and start getting out some slingers.
Some quite nice micro there from Coolblade, who used an archer to bait the entirety of. Coolblade used an archer to bait the entirety of Flavio's army out with a single archer, take a small amount of damage and get a whole of a lot of damage onto Flavio's army in the meantime, and it looks like he's just going to pinch this house basically for free.
Yes, nice play here and aggression here from Coolblade so far. He's going to push in, take another engagement here. Flavio just trying to poke in and out, try to slowly push Coolblade off of his base here.
That's actually really nice. Sorry, really nice defense from Coolblade.
Yeah,
made sure that this is hidden. Sorry, what was that?
I'm just saying, it looks like Flavio, is... I don't know. It looks like he's not sure what to do here. He's still cranking out some longswords, but he needs to get down an archery range and get some slingers going. He is trying to get a town center up, but he's only got 2 villagers on it, so it is going to go down. Nice snipe there from Coolblade.
It is, but I think he's got enough in the bank that he was using that sort of as a bait. Now he can't really do the same thing, but right now at least he's locked up his opponent's army. And Coolblade, he's been really strategic and surgical with his pushes here, but Flavio, he might even get this down. He just really needs to rally some more units onto it rather than having, like you said, all these villagers up here rather than down here. Because it's a much longer to build unit, the town center.
Yeah, it looks like he's finally getting some villagers there on the town center. He was throwing down that archery range pretty quickly, recognizing that Coolblade's bowman count is going up pretty quickly, although Coolblade is also pumping out some shield bearers, as you mentioned earlier. So that's going to be a nice meat shield there for Coolblade to protect his bowman. It looks like he's getting a proxy watch post going down there. Just looking to keep up the pressure, although it is going to be a little bit more difficult now that Flavio's got a nice defensive town center right in the middle of his base.
Yeah, like you said, the really stacked town center helps keep his opponent out, but in the meantime he can also keep a good eye on that wood line and knows the moment he can when he can try and raid, because the villagers have shuffled up to this forward wood.
Yeah, really nice watch posting there from Coolblade, just trying to create a bit of a stranglehold on his opponent here. Flavio can't really get out of his base except for the northern part of his base. I think that may be, like you mentioned, where he's got those hunts up there. That may be his out to try to break out of his base. I wonder if he maybe tries to go for a flank around the northern part through the center of the map. We'll see. But so far, really, really nice stranglehold here from Coolblade.
Yeah, it's been a great push. But like you said, Flavio does have options around the map if he's quick enough to try and take advantage of them, because he's expanding around to take another hunt over the north side, and eventually that's going to mean Coolblade is going to have to try and expand over the southern side as he runs out of resources in his own base. And as long as Flavio doesn't bleed too much, he does still have a chance in this game.
Absolutely. He's slightly behind in population right now by about 10, but he does have some nice resources in the bank, so he can try to get back in this game pretty quickly. Needs to maybe he does have a Sacred Grove, okay, so that's good. He's got a Sacred Grove out and start pumping out some Druids. That would really do a lot for his army here to get out some Druids to help heal and buff his army.
Oh, for sure. The healing is essential, and then having the buffs as well is also nice. And then the Grove too, because you can also transition into having your Sacred Deer. So he isn't quite so pressured to have to expand around the map.
Absolutely. So Coolblade poking in, trying to bait out Flavio here again. Does bait out a few units here. Is going to drop Spearman. Possibly 2. Yeah, gets 2 Spearmen. Is going to poke on these villagers a little bit. Loses a villager, Flavio does. Going to have to move these gold miners off of their post.
This is so clinical. He's put so much thought into this sort of play.
Yeah, it's really amazing so far from Coolblade, these pushes here.
But not to say Flavio is doing a bad job at defending, because he's doing reasonably well. As much as he's losing a couple of the workers, he's also managing to keep most of his army alive. And he's got a nice counter set up with the slingers and the druids, like you said.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Flavio is trying to solidify his position in the north part of the map there. He's got a little bit of a wall going there in the inner part of his base to try to protect that gold mine. So good play there from Flavio. Yeah, it's just both players are playing well so far. Flavio is a bit behind, but not too much. He, like you said, he has done a good job of trying to respond to this surgical play of Coolblade. Pushing again a little bit more as Coolblade doesn't like what he sees, so he's going to back off a little bit.
I think Flavio's actually caught up by about 4 workers in the meantime through all this raiding, actually, because he was down by about 6 off the initial couple of pushes, and now he's only down by 2, so he's actually doing a good job at trying to macro up behind this, despite what he's losing. Because Coolblade is really forced to have to spend a lot of time trying to micro his forces in order to play the style he's trying to play. And unless you're basically a robot, it's so hard to try and just crank out the APM needed to keep everything going at home a lot of the time.
That is the challenge of any RTS game, is that micromanage or that multitasking. So we'll see how Coolblade responds. Coolblade is going to H3, so and is trying to get down a guard tower. So trying to continue to just trap Flavio in his base here, but Flavio doing a nice job of keeping his macro up, and now does have a population lead with the units in queue. So we'll see if Flavio tries to make a break, kind of break out of prison here. Doing a nice job of getting his fishing boats out, about 4 fishing boats to the 3 of Coolblade. So yeah, Flavio's macro is just doing quite well, and he is going to H3 himself as well.
That's it. He's put himself in a really nice position. Coolblade, he is slightly ahead in terms of the tech, but Flavio, he's got a slight economic advantage with the extra fishing ship. With all the villages he's got all over the map, he does actually have a slight village lead now, so he's doing not too bad of a job at trying to defend against this, and this double TC stack is really uninviting for any early game composition to try and run into.
Yeah, that was definitely a smart choice by Flavio there, choosing to go for the defensive town center. So good defensive play from him.
He's slowly managing to keep this barracks alive, and he's Coolblade, for all of his good pushing, is slowly throwing units at this and bleeding army size. So eventually, I think Flavio might have the size to be able to deal with his opponent, especially because he's got a lot of really good counters for his opponent's comp.
Yeah, big engagement here. We'll see who gets the better of it. Nice meat shield there from Flavio. Is going to eat through the infantry of Coolblade. He is going to get to those bowmen, so it looks like he's going to get the better of this engagement with those slingers in the back, doing great damage on the bowmen. So yeah, Coolblade is forced to retreat here. Well played from Flavio.
Yeah, I think he's just really picked a good winning composition to try and break out of this hold. Because Coolblade, his forces, they've been really, really well positioned up there, playing so aggressively, but now Flavio's managed to get the better of him, and if he doesn't try and respond here, he can lose these towers quite quickly. I think Coolblade might even be better off just trying to save the towers. He's got all three of them up, and he's got a good unit count, so if he can hold these towers, he can put a lot more of the pressure on Flavio on, and then continue to do it from other sides around his base. But it's just really hard to try and push into this mass slinger comp with the mass bowman.
Yeah, he'll lose that engagement for sure, but Flavio, a little indecisive there, was going to go for the tower and then decided to go for the units and lost all of his druids. So he needs to try to get his druid count back up. He is pumping out a lot of spearmen, so he's going to try to pump out some spearmen to deal with these lancers because Coolblade did, in fact, get Lancer champion. So those lancers have a nice charge now. A few Woad Raiders on the field for Flavio. So Flavio going to try to push onto those bowmen with some Woad Raiders as well.
He needs to be careful with the Woads. They're a really, really nice unit for him to have on the field, and again, a really good strategic choice, because with the Spear Woad Slinger comp, he really counters the Babylonian comp, but he needs to be careful and try and micro them onto the bowman, like he said, to make the most out of the unit and really start one-shotting all these bowmen that Coolblade's had masked up for a lot of the mid-game now.
Looks like Coolblade is continuing to push out some towers here, much to the dismay of Flavio. So Flavio's now going to have his work cut out for him to try to kind of break through this frontal assault from Coolblade. Again, I would like to maybe see a small raiding party kind of move through the north of the map for a flank, or maybe even get a raid in on Coolblade, because Coolblade doesn't have any defensive structures quite yet, especially in the north of his map, or the north of his base there. So Flavio could really get a nice raid going into that tree line or into those gold miners if he were to maybe send out a raid there. But nevertheless, he's deciding to try to defend his base. Is going to lose that fortress, going to be sniped by Coolblade. Move his villagers back here.
Oh, that's a bit tough, and I'm not sure about the Sacred Grove position. A little bit further back would probably be optimal if he wants to try and get, say, double Sacred Badir production out of two of them, and then get the Druids out of the third. Because that's probably still in range of the closest one of those. And Coolblades can just creep one further forward. He's going to take his fairly safe siege workshop, and like you said, Flavio really needs to make something happen out in the map, particularly over Coolblade's side of the map, just to try and ease off a lot of the pressure. And he does have a lot of really exposed stuff on the north side of his base, because he's taking his second and third town centers over on the south as well. So, but Flavio's actually found a nice opening here.
Yeah, good push from Flavio. He is going to decide to push to the north of the map. He's going to try to get that tower down, but decides to instead go for the units. He is under the towers mostly, so the towers can't fire directly beneath themselves, but he does choose to fall back. Those Lancers are doing quite a bit of good work there for Coolblade.
Yeah, well, that's it. It was really nice for him to get right under the towers, and I think if he was just able to micro his spears onto the Lancers a bit better and the slingers on the bowmen, and credit to Coolblade for keeping his bowmen back that little bit further, Flavio could have really dealt a lot of damage then and potentially destroyed a couple of the towers.
Yeah, nice choice there from Coolblade to send his Lancers forward to try to push that army back. It is going to choose to get a siege workshop down. So, seeing a little bit of a cheeky play here from Coolblade. We might see some siege towers coming out here soon. Flavio needs to respond to this quickly.
Yeah, that's it. Coolblade, it's really been a one-way pressure game at the moment, because Coolblade, when he's getting forced back, he's really only still getting forced back to the mid-map at the worst. And Flavio, for all his strength and being able to hold for so long, I don't know if he's going to be able to win this in the long run, just because his opponent is going to be able to win a war of attrition.
yeah, at this point, Flavio has a little bit of map presence in the north, but could possibly benefit from trying to get some map presence in the south, maybe even a dock in that southern lake there. Coolblade has yet to get on that southern lake, and Flavio could maybe do well to get some more fishing boats. Although Coolblade is choosing to get some proxy stables down in that southern portion of the map, so we'll see what happens there with those stables. And probably a little bit more pressure, maybe a southern raid here, trying to get a fortress up, but it's going to be sniped again by Coolblade. So again, Coolblade is just Johnny on the spot, sniping these fortresses. Big engagement here. I don't know that Flavio has the units to be able to defend this. These Lancers are just doing so much damage, have completely encapsulated the infantry of Flavio. The infantry are slowly going down. The spearmen are doing the best they can, but yeah, Flavio realizes this map is lost. GG. So I think Archer, it looks like that really Coolblade, that pressure, just he never let that pressure up, and it was just too much for Flavio to be able to recover from. Like you mentioned a few minutes ago, it's just Flavio just wasn't able to break loose. He wasn't able to ever kind of gain his footing in the match, and it was that pressure, that unrelenting pressure from Coolblade, just kind of did him in.
Yeah, that was really wonderful. And Flavio's a bit down about the loss, but Coolblade and I are both telling him that he really did a wonderful job at holding against that, because Coolblade was really consistent with that, and he's tried. I think because he hails from a fairly high level of Age of Empires 2 play, he plays a very similar style to that in a lot of his Age of Empires 2 games when they do play a very proxy and forward push oriented strategy, because they play, a lot of pocket push play, essentially, is what they call it, I think.
Right.
Where, yeah, they essentially take a proxy and then just knuckle down, and that sort of becomes their forward base. And they, continue to sort of back up with structures for macro behind it, and just continue to even keep their opponent busy a little bit further away from it, just to keep it alive. And yeah, unless, say, Flavio has, like you said, responds and forces Coolblade to bring units back, wall this up, potentially even snipe some stuff, it just ends up being too much for the other player.
Well played from both players there. A good game. But Coolblade takes game number 1. So well played from him. It looks like he asked for a 5-minute break.
Yeah. And I think the guys were talking about a quick Civ swap as well. So I might go for a quick smoke myself, have a drink, and just switch my arc up for a sec. So yeah, I'll just be back in a sec.
Guys, we'll be back in a few minutes. Excellent. Okay.
Alright guys, so we're back on. We've got an Arabia pick from Coolblade because Fabio opted not to actually pick. So, game 2 we've got a Celt versus Greece. Fabio sticking with his Celt. Coolblade switching to Greek. So we'll see what he's got cooking. So it was a really interesting push game from him last game.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick from Coolblade there. Arabia, Greek don't have a ton of cavalry options until a little later in the game, but you know, the Celts have even less. So um, we'll see how Flavio chooses to play this large map on Arabia. In fact, what do you think he does here? Do you think he defends until he gets stables in H3, or do you think he tries to push out with infantry? How do you think he plays it here?
I don't know, I think it's always a tough call really. And I think it really depends on how lucky you get with taking the early hunt, because if you can take it early like he has managed to do, because it can be in a lot of weird positions sometimes. I think if you can get it early, you can try and get the early barracks pressure, but if not, you're really forced to try and hunker down, get a good amount of slingers and drills, and then try and get a quick H3 too. You can actually get cavalry yourself. And I think both players are going to have to be really proactive with their scouts on a map like this.
Yeah, it looks like Coolblade choosing to just go for his berry bushes there, going for the safe play. So kind of choosing to be a little bit less aggressive.
I'll ask Kool-Aid actually if he wants to.
No, he has a hunt there, doesn't he? Is that? Maybe not.
Yeah, Flavio has a hunt, but Kool-Aid still doesn't. So if he wants to restart, okay. All right. Well, I think Kool-Aid's actually going to opt to stay just because he's found the hunt. Because he actually said, just leave it up to Flavio. And I said, Flavio's actually got a hunt. And he said, oh, I don't really care.
There you go. That's one thing. I guess that's a little, well, leaves you wanting a little bit on the spectator mode that the developers originally put out in Age of Empires Online, is that we're not able to see the resources ourselves. The players have to scout them first, but nevertheless, Coolblade does find a hunt there and is now on his hunt, so gonna try to get right back in it. Meanwhile, Flavio continuing to pump out villagers, get some goats here. Those goats are critical.
Well, that's the thing, really. They're a hunt that you can move around the map, which is perfect because you can bring them under your town center or completely out of your opponent's vision, or even use them to try and scout a little yourself. But that's also a bit risky, as well as there's the occasional trick we might see of people getting them because they're only 4 movement speed and pushing them inside their opponent's force. Because then when their opponent, if they're not careful, they'll select the hunt too. Because they're actually considered a military unit, not like a villager or something for the quick select.
Right. Yeah, it's always funny to see when a stray goat or perhaps a sacred deer gets stuck in the army there.
Yeah, that's
early
it.
spears out here for Flavio, so see if he chooses to push across or just stay defensive. Here comes a spearman from Coolblade as well. Flavio is going to scout that spearman, so he's also maybe going to see the hunt of Coolblade. I think he may have seen it.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think he's realized it because he's seeing the deer fall as well. Because you can actually see that. I'm pretty sure.
That's true. That's true. All right, good defense here from Flavio. He's got several spearmen out to the one of Coolblade, so Coolblade's going to be forced to retreat here. We'll see if Flavio, we'll see if he's ready for this early aggression from Coolblade this game.
Well, that's it. I think because it's a bigger map too, Coolblade, it's going to find it a bit harder to really play like that without leaving himself a lot more vulnerable to the point where it is really easy for Flavio to be able to capitalize and come around the side and flank him. Because no doubt Flavio is going to try and expand upwards, and Coolblade's probably going to try and push forwards, similar to what he did last game. But right now he doesn't really have enough to try and hold this, I don't think. He's opting to keep the villagers here, but they're not actually taking part in the fight, and this could be costly because he doesn't really have anything attacking the Flavio's spears.
Coolblade desperately trying to hold on here, streaming spearmen in one at a time, but like you mentioned, I don't know if it's enough. Trying to micro down that one damaged spearman, doesn't get it. It is going to be forced to retreat here. Did go for a dock as well, so some trying to get some greed out there. Coolblade is, but
well, that's it. It's unorthodox but not particularly useless, but it's left him quite vulnerable.
Yeah, and also there's only one group of fish there, so I don't know. Maybe he's thinking he could get out a defensive trireme in H2. Maybe that was his idea.
Yeah, well, that too. They're kind of like a mobile tower, and because the water isn't as shallow, you can continually sort of micro it round. So it's not too bad of a defensive option if you want to take the low ground and sort of put your production facilities down there. And I think that might be what he was attempting to do. And Flavio's managed to really scout it out and force him back up onto the high ground now.
It looks like Flavio going for a defensive town center there, getting a second town center in his base on that gold mine. So he is an H2, as is Coolblade, although I don't believe Coolblade has gotten his second town center down quite yet. Still needs to gather stone, Coolblade does. So Coolblade playing a little bit from behind this game, whereas last game he was kind of constantly in control from the very beginning. Flavio this time has really taken control of this early game.
Well, that's it. I think he's just going to take it easy, just deny the vision for now, rather than to try and snipe the Docker and then to find a trireme pop out. Because he doesn't actually really know how much gold Coolblade has in the bank. And he doesn't actually have enough to really get one at the moment, but he doesn't necessarily know that.
Yeah, and some Hippaspis coming out now for Coolblade, so Coolblade is going to be able to make short work of the Spearman if he pushes out with those Hippaspis, which he does. Starting to push out there. So Flavio is going to try to get the dock, but I don't believe he's going to be able to get it in time. He's going to see these Hippaspis. These Hippaspis are going to get one Spearman. Nice micro there from Coolblade, going for that injured Spearman. Might get one more. They don't. Flavio pushes back, so Flavio decides, all right, it's time to get my long swordsman in here to go toe to toe with these Hippaspis.
Yeah,
Archery range coming down for Coolblade, so he's going to get some Toxotes out here. So that'll be nice as well. Looks like Flavio is once again going to be forced to get some slingers in his army.
Yeah, you're right. I was just about to say it's 2 barracks versus barracks archery range, and he's even taking the Sacred Grove, but he's going to have to try and get the range himself down soon.
Flavio pushing out there to the northwestern side of his base, getting some resources over there, but Coolblade is getting a watch post up over there, so he's going to have some nice vision to see what Flavio is choosing to do over there on the side of his map. It looks like Flavio maybe saw that and sending a little force there to take out that watch post and that scout. They can snag that scout in time.
Oh, this is real nice. He's managed to surround the scout entirely, so Coolblade can't really actually move it, and now he's going to take the watch post and the scout effectively for free. Well, not entirely, because I suppose Coolblade did see a worker or two of Flavio's head up towards this hunt, but I don't think he actually managed to scout those. Oh, so he has actually scouted it, but I don't think he really knows how many villages Flavio actually has up there at the moment, as well as any of this stuff up here. So, really quite interesting, because Flavio has all that fairly safe, and then back in his main base, he's got the safe town center option. Coolblade still is only on the 1 town center, so in terms of the villages, it's 30 to 33, and that gap is probably going to continue to widen as long as Flavio can keep up the production on the 2nd, and he's got plenty of food in the bank to do so.
And so Flavio is now forced into his base. He is now kind of hanging out in his main base here. He is going to throw down a couple archery ranges, so he's going to start pumping out some slingers to try to deal with these Toxotes. Does have a couple druids on the field, so see Flavio can make work of those druids to try to get this primarily Hippaspis and Toxote composition here from Coolblade. Big engagement here. Longswordsman on the Hippaspis, Toxotes in the back. They are going to do some good damage to the Longswordsman, but I believe Flavio has the numbers here, so he is going to push Coolblade back. Coolblade maybe a bit of an ill-advised engagement there.
Yeah, it was a bad taken engagement. I think he probably could have made better use of the Toxotes in the start of the fight, but that pull it away at the end without taking any damage on them was nice to see as well. But now he's not really going to get the opportunity to do much, because all the slingers are going to start coming out 2 at a time. And there's, the first couple popping out. There's a really good druid count, like you noticed. Got the 5 druids now, with only 65 pops, so that's pretty considerable considering that half of that population is locked up in his workers.
And it looks like Coolblade is choosing to go for a fairly forward town center there, and just kind of has it on this tree line, so not really going to do much in the way of resources, but I guess is going to provide a nice forward line of defense, maybe allow him to get some production facilities kind of a little bit more forward outside of his base there. So see how Coolblade plays that forward town center there. Meanwhile, Flavio's, I think, doing a pretty nice job. Does catch that raid there. Doing a pretty nice job of responding in terms of unit composition. You know, he responded quicker this game with his archery ranges than he did last game. So I think that's going to serve him well in this game.
Well, that's it. And he's taking a quick age 3 again as well. We get the quick third town center. He's going to have the quickened third town center, and he's even using his grove for Sacred Deer at an earlier time than he did last game. So Flavio's playing it really strategically, playing very map oriented, I think, whereas Coolblade's sort of playing that a more general sort of forward push style, and I'm not sure if it's really going to suit him well on this particular map, just because the rush distance is quite large. He's sort of going to have to get all the way up to age 3 or 4 to get to his opponent's doorstep. On other maps, you can really do that sort of thing and close down most of the map, even in age 2 or early age 3.
Yeah, it looks like Coolblade going to try to push some Sarah Sofroy into the base of Flavio. He's going to get a villager, but the Sarah Sofroy are going to meet their demise. So yeah, Flavio's kind of playing the long game there. I'd like to see him get out some stables. He's his opponent is now pumping out those Sarah Sofroy. So the Celtic Horsemen to counter the Sarah Sofroy, but then also just for the mobility. For like you mentioned, this long rush distance. Coolblade is in fact streaming his Sarah Sofroy across the map for raiding. That's obviously cavalry are going to be considerably better for raiding, especially with such a long rush distance.
Well, this is a nice push save from Flavio with his infantry composition. But yeah, like you said, even the Saris, they are one of the slower cavalry, and they still travel at... Actually, are they one of the slower? Sorry. Or more in the middle. But anyway, most of the cavalry are about 10 speed. The infantry, even on Celt, are still only at about 7. So you can make far better use in being able to snipe them, with snipe things with only small numbers, whereas right now Flavio's quite a big force, actually caught out of position here by an even bigger force of Coolblades. So Coolblade, the meanwhile, has really only got about 8 population locked up over here, so they are a much more efficient raiding unit. But right now we're even seeing a gold mine being taken. That's always good to see, because they're 2,000 health. It really keeps the workers safe the entire time that it's up, whereas the storehouse, you can just focus the workers and then the storehouse. So it's always good for the Celt players to really look at transitioning to them. I'd even opt for transitioning back at home, just because it is a bit more light on the resource. There's better conservation, I believe, especially at higher villager numbers.
So Flavio trying to defend the northern side of his base there with a small force from those raiding Sarah Sofroy. Meanwhile, Coolblade kind of pushing a little bit in terms of resources. He's kind of out in a couple far reaches of the map. Flavio still has his raiding force down there, so we'll see what he is able to get done with his raiding force there. But Coolblade gonna see what kind of trouble he can get into here at the doorstep of Flavio. We'll see. From the Hippaspis onto the Spearman. Longswordsmen meet them in tow. Bowmen now on the field for Flavio are going to do some good damage to the Hippaspis, but I believe Coolblade has the numbers here with those Toxotes as well, doing some nice damage to the infantry of Flavio. But Flavio trying to position his slingers. Nice positioning there. But yeah, he is going to be able to force back those bowmen a little bit. Here comes some Sofroy, though. More infantry for Coolblade. So Flavio is going to be forced to retreat and pull back his raiding force there.
Yeah, well, that's it. I've kind of been keeping an eye on them, hoping for them to go in at some stage and turn it into a real interesting game where they've got to fight on 2 fronts. But, well, I suppose it's still sort of happening as well. Coolblade over here going at the villagers, as well as being right on the doorstep in Watchtower vision. Flavio's circling his forces back. He wants to try and get a pincer movement on them while being able to defend here. I don't think a villager actually fell then. There's a third just heading out. He's going to try and have a look and see what's there. I think if Flavio had his army back, Coolblade was even tempted to try and snipe a villager with that. But right now he's forced to have to pull back a little bit. But is it too late? He's got his mass bowman, but he doesn't have anything as a front line here.
And nice pincer here from Flavio, but yeah, he's going to be able to force these Toxotes back. A bit too much of a force there for Coolblade, so Coolblade is going to fall back, choose to fight another day. Flavio breaking out a little bit from this hold here from Coolblade, although Coolblade has really done a nice job of kind of turning this game around and changing that early pressure from Flavio into pressure for himself onto Flavio. So Coolblade did a nice job of, you know, kind of turning the game around there. But now it looks like both players are content to hang back in their base and see what economic work they can get done. Coolblade is going to H3 as well. So what kind of unit composition do you think Coolblade might transition to in H3 with the Greeks?
I think he's going to have to see if his opponent gets cavalry, because the Celts is going to kick in for H3 soon, assuming that the Greeks does. So, because the Saris get that nice upgrade with the extra range, the extra movement speed, so they suddenly become a lot easier to micro. And then they can be backed up with the prods, but you don't necessarily need to feel them until your opponent actually gets cavalry themselves. And here we see more Saris coming out. And in terms of the infantry, I think Coolblade might look at swapping towards, the Hoplites, because they are a bit more general and a little bit more tanky than either the Hypers or the Spearmen. So they're a better unit for really trying to siege and just take damage from mixed compositions themselves and from their counters.
Looks like he's choosing to try to get a siege workshop again on the doorstep of Flavio. See if Flavio notices that. He's going to move his entire force over here to try to take out these 3 series. So interesting choice from Flavio. He's desperately trying to get some walls up along his ridgeline here on Arabia. As most of you probably know, Arabia is kind of a unique map, not only because of its size, but also the fact that your side of the map, you only have a few choke points onto your ridge line. So Flavio is trying to wall those up, is going to get some walls down. So maybe he can kind of stop the bleeding there and prevent those raids from Coolblade. Unfortunate for Coolblade, a pesky Rhino is going to come and prevent this siege workshop. So interesting there.
Coolblade's, strangely enough, not even taking this whole wall. He's actually putting a wall here rather than just going for the full segment, even though he's got so much stone in the bank. I think he's just really going to play it quite carefully, because he knows if he manages to take most of the map, it's a nice fallback spot there anyway, rather than having to try and defend the whole ridge. So it's an interesting deviation, but it could work in his favour, because it is going to be a lot cheaper to try and solidify this position than all along here. It's just going to mean that everything out here is just a little bit less well defended, and he might have to risk pulling it back if Flavio is a bit more active on the map once he gets his cavalry, but I don't think he's actually transitioned to them yet.
Yeah, and I would really like to see Flavio try to push out a little bit more. Earlier we saw him win the engagement at his doorstep. The army of Coolblade had fallen down to primarily Toxotes, and Flavio chose not to pursue there. So we'll see if that ends up paying off for Flavio or ends up paying off for Coolblade. But Flavio does get that siege workshop, so nice catch there from him.
The single Sari is actually preventing the stables from being built.
Oh my goodness, he needs to use those villagers to just kill it.
Yeah, that's it. Or send some onto it, some to build the other stables. Here he's doing it now. Alright, so he can finally get the stables.
Those walls finally kind of finishing up there for Flavio, but now Coolblade is moving in. He does have a nice force. We've got 153 population to the 143 of Flavio.
Bit of a slow gate there, and there's no actual gates on the rest of Flavio's wall, so that could come to actually hurt him in the long run. But he does have a really nice fighting force here compared to the Greek player, whereas the Coolblade's population has fallen down about 20 lower, but a lot of that's also locked up in horsemen coming out from Flavio.
Yeah, Flavio, nice win there, but he really needs to take advantage of this. He needs to use this opportunity to push out across the map. Flavio is now getting out some horsemen as well, so a good transition here for Flavio, but he needs to take advantage of that win. He needs to he needs to push for map control after winning that engagement. I'm not sure why he's choosing to stay back in his base here.
Well, that's it. It really leaves Coolblade to both gather everything outside of his high ground and to put down things like proxy siege workshops, proxy stables, or forward towers and forward fortresses all over the mid map and deny Flavio the chance to actually gather anything out of the mid map in the long run. And that can really hurt him unless he's willing to go up to like some ridiculous 3 market 40 caravan composition or something. And even then, you've got to have perfect market play to win in a position like that.
It looks like some Padromos are trying to bring down the wall here. Luckily Flavio did get the H2 walls there. Horsemen coming in for Flavio, so we'll see how these horsemen deal with these Padromos. The Padromos do get one wall segment though, and they do get into the base, so that's going to be annoying for Flavio, but he does have a town center there to help defend, so he is going to be able to bring down these Padromos. But meanwhile, Coolblade is just continuing to solidify his position on the map, solidify map control. He's got a fortress down, some forward walls. So yeah, it's going to be Flavio's got his work cut out for him for sure.
Well, that's it. And despite being the more aggressive player, Coolblade's actually faster on the wall upgrade timings as well. Flavio's just having gotten his first tier 1 now. Oh no, might have his second tier 1. But yeah, really, there's been a lot of good map control here from Coolblade, and it's only being able to catch stuff out quickly enough that Flavio's being able to keep in the game, I think. As well as I think he might be in oh no. He's actually quite a fair bit down in villages. He's only down at around 65 compared to Coolblade at 80. And last game things were a little bit the opposite way, which is a bit surprising.
Yeah, Flavio pumping out a lot of sacred deer here for his food production, so that's good play from the Celt player there. Is floating quite a bit of wood and gold though. I wonder if he's maybe looking to go to age 4, although he does queue up a lot of horsemen, so instead choosing to use his food to queue up those horsemen. But a couple rams coming out now for Coolblade. Those horsemen are going to take a little bit of damage, but is he going to be able to catch these rams? He does find the siege workshop, so nice job there from Flavio. Big engagement at the doorstep. The horsemen are going to try to get that siege workshop down, although those rams are coming in for Coolblade still. So, oh my goodness, big engagement here. He's got some Peltas on the field now as well to try to go into those slingers and bowmen of the Celts. The Celts have the home field advantage, but Coolblade is holding strong. Nice ranged composition here, but Woad Raiders coming out for Flavio as well, so Flavio going to be able to get some damage there with the horsemen as well. But those Peltas and Toxotes have just made short work of the range units of Flavio. So, wow, Coolblade able to take that engagement.
He's got the last of the Druids too.
Yeah, more Woad Raiders coming out, trying to slowly whittle away. And they are going to do just that. They're going to push Coolblade out. But Coolblade choosing to move in with his Rams. More units coming in for Coolblades and Padromos.
He's managed to pinch a couple of Sacred Deer because Flavio must have accidentally microed them in with his forces.
Oh no. Those Rams do get through the wall. I'm happy to see age 3 walls come back for the Celts. They look pretty cool. And it's nice for Celts in positions where they aren't able to get that early game advantage and do have to transition into the late game. It's nice for them defensively, but they are no match for these Rams. These Rams are moving in on this town center now. Flavio needs to react quickly to this. He needs to use his villagers to repair the town center, get over to those Rams, but those Rams not doing anything about it.
Yeah, well, without like an instant 50-50 between the villagers attacking the Rams and the other half repairing, he's going to lose this really, really quickly. It's a little bit too little too late now, and it's fallen just as he's managed to pull everything. He's going to get the Rams, but he's already lost the town center. And his opponent is knocking on his doorstep on the other side of the map too. So all the cavalry, they're all out of position. Even the Woads are all out of position.
Yeah, just some really nice play there from Coolblade. Flavio does have a fortress down now on his cliff there to do some damage to these units as they stream across, but he's going to catch these Padromos with horsemen. But meanwhile, Coolblade has kicked down the front door of Flavio, as it were, and is now pushing into the front of his base, Still trying to get these Rams. Does have a lot of Woad Raiders over there, but you mentioned a little too late there. Did lose the town center. Needs to get that town center back up quickly. Because Coolblade now pushing in, and Flavio's going to be population capped here soon at 160 if he doesn't get that town center down.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite costly. He's 12 villages down. He doesn't have that third town center up anymore. He's finally just gonna start throwing it up with an awful lot of villages that aren't gathering instead. And his opponent has just pushed through his front door and saying, oh, surprise, I'm here. He's losing another stables, and all the cavalry are falling, all the horsemen are falling to units that they should be probably killing.
Yeah, Flavio, he's a little starved for gold as well. He needs to maybe kind of rally his, give up this front line of his base and rally his units maybe back at his original town center and try to regroup to try to make a push back. Look at this population advantage now, 170 to the 140 of Flavio, but how many of those units are also tied up in the queue?
About 30 of them. Yeah.
Yes.
About 50 of them in queue, whereas it's only 16 units in queue for Coolblade, and he's got that 30 lead overall too, so pretty big lead for him, almost 50 fighting units.
Coolblade going to continue to press the issue here, try to force Flavio into finding an answer, and I don't know that Flavio will be able to find an answer. That unfortunate town center loss there, he's just so far behind in population now. He needs to try to make something happen. He's desperately trying to get some longswordsmen out, but yeah, it's just not enough. Good game.
Yeah, GG. These forward push strategies of Coolblades from map to map, like I was a bit critical of it to begin with, but knowing that what he's sort of done to follow up, where he's utilized the quick fishing boat, then deleted it not long after, taken a TC nearby to keep it all defended, set up a market line on the low ground instead of the high ground, and putting himself in the position to be able to just kick down his opponent's front door. I think it's not a particularly bad strategy by any means. He's really executed that well.
Yeah, that was a nice play there from Coolblade to turn around that early aggression from Flavio and slowly push him back, and once again relegated Flavio to his own base. And the Celt player, Celts, it seems to me, really flourish when they're able to be on the map, have a little bit of map control, be doing a little bit of raiding. When the Celts are kind of forced to try to defend, they just don't have very many options to turtle up like that. So well played from Coolblade. Good effort there from Flavio. Good defense from Flavio, but ultimately Coolblade takes game number 2 and the series.
Yeah, Coolblade saying that he hopes that proxy Rams made me happy. Certainly do. Alright, so I think that's the conclusion of this series. So we've got Casper versus Flavio coming up next.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. I reckon we'll take maybe a few minute break here.
Yeah, we'll take a 5 or 10 minute break. Make sure Flavio's comfortable to get his next 2 games or next 3 games. Hopefully next 3, or hopefully next 2 in his favour. No disrespect to Casper by any means, but after that series, he's probably sticking for a win now. So.
Excellent. Coolblade23, thanks for the subscription with Twitch Prime, my friend. He is now 2 months subscribed with Twitch Prime, so appreciate that, Coolblade. And guys, listen, if you're checking out the stream and you've not followed the Project Celeste Twitch page here, be sure to drop a follow there. In addition to these community show matches that Ardashir has put together, we also often have the developers on here for Roman development blogs and things of that nature, and also tournaments happen here, so definitely be sure to drop a follow if you haven't already.
Yeah, thank you so much for the subscription, Coolblade. And with great sorrow, but I have to kick you out of the party now. Yeah, guys, we'll have a couple of minutes. Yeah, just make sure Flavio's all good, and yeah, we'll continue on from here, guys.
See you on a few. Sounds good, buddy.
Alright guys, so we're back. The Spaniards actually had to step out for this next game. So, I think in terms of the maps, I might do a Wildwoods for the game 1 actually. Just confirming with Haxer, making sure he's ready as well. Casper's champing at the bit, so yeah, just about to get this all underway. Haxer might still need a minute or two actually. Yeah guys, I might still need a minute or two. I think Haxer might need a sec. Okay, never mind, he's back. Cool. Got a Wildwoods for game 1 of this best of 3 between Casper and Flavio. So game 1 will be a Norse versus Celts, or Celts versus Norse, depending on perspective. So they're underway. Oh shit, has he accepted? Sorry guys, bit of a technical difficulty there on my behalf. Operator failure. Alright, so we've got Wildwoods here. So you can notice this big clump of wood right in the middle of the map, and a couple of wood lines scattered in various positions around the map, but there's not a whole lot of wood, and it is a little open. There's a bit of a long wall distance around the map, but you can't directly attack one another, so it's a really interesting map for proxies and that sort of thing. You're trying to set up forward bases around one half, trying to catch your opponent around the map. Sometimes you can end up even sort of chasing each other around in terms of your field position, so be very interesting start from the players, but we see Flavio opting for gathering off the single storehouse, Casper doing the same. It's a little bit laggy actually, it's a bit of a shame. We see Flavio trying to get out some early wood. Casper's doing the same, but slightly less villagers on the wood at the moment. But I don't know, he's got 4 on the hunt, so interested to see who gets out the faster barracks here. Norse player is able to make use of having the 2 scouts, get a good scouting position to most of the map, whereas the Celt player and most of the other, all the other civs are sort of reliant on the single scout to begin with, or maybe do a worker pull, or get an early spearman to scout if they want to. Casper's actually left this scout just at home for the time being. I think he wants to try and start building using it, actually, because he knows he can scout with the other scout and take advantage of the fact that the melee scout for the Norse player can take part in building the barracks. But he needs to get some early wood. He needs to get it a little bit earlier actually, I think. His opponent has already got the spears coming out, but I'm not sure if Flavio is going to intend to push out with these, considering the rush distance on the map. So we see the melee scout as well as the villager taking part. The scout doesn't build it as quite the speed the villager does, but it's useful to have them on there as well because it is a little bit faster. It's probably at about the speed of 1.5 villagers then. Flavio's already got some early spears to help defend with, and I think he's just going to try and get the age 2. Both players are probably going to opt to play quite greedily, considering the rush distance on the map. Again, is a little bit longer than most maps. You can't actually push straight into one another. You sort of got to play the merry-go-round. We've got 3 stone villages versus 3 as well. There'll be a 4th here once this village is finished. Nice use of the early houses the Celt player is forced to use to get age 3 to actually be a part of the wall to help defend. Norse player on the other hand, he's actually got his longhouse right nearby as well to help wall, and he can actually garrison in the building. Something that's unique to the Norse. Flavio, so a lot of villagers still on this hunt that's down to only 1 left, so he's going to have to look at expanding, which he does. Personally, I probably would have opted to do that a little bit quicker because the unit collision between that many on a couple of hunts is actually quite significant when you're trying to gather off a storehouse. It's a little bit different with the Babylonian ox cart because you can sort of stack it right on top of the resource supply, so you can actually get instantaneous gathering or, well, depositing out of multiple villages in the same spot at once. Whereas on the other civs, regardless of what they are, if they've got a storehouse, it's a little bit more difficult. But we see in age 2 coming out for Flavio a little bit quicker than his opponents. Casper's got his on the way. Does have the stone as well. Both players have actually got a little bit more stone than they really need. But it could come in handy later on in the game if they need to get towers or upgrades. So the spears are just chasing away the scout here, but on the other side of the map. It's also being scouted around the hunt, so both players are probably going to look at trying to put some pressure on one another soon. But yes, considering the size of the map, they are often quite best off just sitting back, trying to macro up, try and get some H2 units out in the field, like we see some throwing axemen here from the Norse player. The Reese getting his long swordsman. Personally, I probably would even opt to get some cavalry early on in this map, because until walls really start coming out, you can make great use of them early on. Second TC already being thrown down. Flavio's is probably just about to come down now. Not sure where he exactly intends to put it. But he has scouted his opponents, and he's going to deal some good damage. Because while the building's still being built, it doesn't actually have... I mean, it actually takes a little bit of bonus damage, I believe. But running these spears back could be a bit costly, because he's going to lose that low one. And Flavio, he really... Has he got that second town centre? There we go. He's finally got a second town centre on the way. A little bit delayed compared to Casper's. Casper is on 18. Casper must have dropped villages a couple of times now, because he's 3 villages behind, actually, at this point. Can do a little bit of damage. Flavio is on the back of Casper's base, but there's not really any villages there to deal damage to. Just a storehouse, which is really only going to provide vision at this stage, so... Flavio just making sure there's nothing up the top side of his opponent's side of the map, just to see if he can try and snipe something easily. Meanwhile, he's also got his long swordsman rallied right on top of his hunt, so there's no chance of actually losing anything there. Both players playing quite a slower paced game at this stage. Just expanding out into the map. So it's quite nice to see a TC right on these wood lines, because you can get an awful lot out of this, and you're only slowly creeping towards your opponent without much risk of being sieged or something like that. It's a good buffer. Opponent's really going to wrap around the map to try and actually get to you. So both players, quite nice second TC placement. It's a little bit greedy, but considering the map, I think it's quite safe, quite smart. See some fighting units for the Norse player heading over the top side. There hasn't really been a lot in the way of conflict so far in this game. Both of them just sort of macroing up. We've got 28 villages versus 30. They should really have a continuous stream of 2 villages all the way up to about 80 villages on a map like this. And even then, maybe even a little bit further. Because they're going to want to get the caravans out too, so Sacred Grove already been thrown down for the Celt player, who's throwing down a barracks as well, and an armory, so that's 3 barracks. Armory Grove for him. For the Norse, we see some stables coming out, another barracks, and an armory as well. So Casper, I'm going to get some raiders, going to probably be able to make great use of them on a big map like this, because it's so hard for the infantry and range to really be able to deal with them. If your opponent, particularly a Celt player, doesn't actually have access to cavalry until age 3, so he's really forced to try and make use of his infantry, and if he doesn't, you can end up well ahead if your cavalry does come out early. But Flavio, as expected, is going to try and force out the early age 3, get the 3rd town centre, get the cavalry, be able to defend really well. So this is probably a good map for the Celt in a sense, because funnily enough, they do actually fare quite well in the late game, and quite shockingly in age 2 a lot of the time, just because you can really be harmed when you don't play smart around your infantry and ranged only comps. And right now, we see a whole bunch of villagers falling to the cavalry. And we've got these infantry, which are quite fast, but they're not as fast as the 11-speed cavalry. So, meanwhile, over on the top side, this has been a wonderful harass from Casper, who's forced Haxor over on the other side. But Haxor, on the other hand, he has Marco back well enough, and he does have that druid there to heal up the villagers. So, he's really only lost a couple of villagers. Flavio, 34. 32 villagers for Casper at this stage. Casper's really only got the 2 villagers out of that. Still slightly behind in the villager count himself, despite getting the quicker TC. So, right up here on this top side, he's managing to deny a couple more villagers, deny the hunt. On the south side, he's rallying back his cavalry, I think, to try and stack them all up. Let's be careful to not overextend here, because Haxor's doing a good job at actually massing up his infantry and surrounding his opponent's units, and that's really a really nice rally, essentially, from Flavio, who manages to effectively delete that fighting force, and Casper is back to only really having cavalry at this stage, forcing another garrison, but he needs to really make use of his workers now. He's only still on 32. Flavio is on 32 as well, but he's lost 3 or 4 in the meantime, so really, if Casper was making full use of the double TC, he'd actually be ahead in workers right now, and Flavio doing a good job of getting Furor Celtica, a movement speed increase for all of his infantry. We're going to follow it up with the health and the damage upgrades as well. So age 3 coming out for Casper. He's got the stone to actually throw down this 3rd town centre. Flavio also does, but he hasn't actually opted for his just yet. He might look at doing it down here on this side. So Furor Celtica has kicked in, his units are all just that, his melee units are all just that little bit faster, with a 0.3 speed on all of his infantry. So we see a fairly greedy 3rd town centre. Still, considering the map, I think it's not too bad of an idea to try and push it out like somewhere like here. But he's got to be careful, because Casper's not far away, he's just up here on the top side. And a fairly safe town centre on the other hand from Casper, considering, because it's right next to it. Flavio pulled up all his forces just to make sure he can get it up without any disruption. Again, another bunch of raiders back here, but they are going to get rallied further down into Flavio's base, I believe. Try and maybe snipe a couple of houses, kill a couple more villagers again. He's going to come in and he's going to pick off. I'm going to pick off all the villagers first, and then maybe try and take the town centre. Take the houses, sorry. And there is a force here, but it's pretty longsword dominant, so... And like I said, the cavalry speed disparity makes it really hard to sort of defend with the infantry only. Despite taking a really quick age 3, there's no actual cavalry here yet for Flavio, which is going to cost him, I think. So Flavio's doing a reasonable job of defending on multiple parts of the map, but Casper, even though he's only invested a very small amount into these raiders, is seemingly getting quite a fair bit out of it. So we've got 41 to 37. Flavio's actually cut everything in his production queue at the moment, which is a bit odd. I think he's more worried about trying to get a good rally, make sure his opponent's not anywhere at the moment. So we see some more villagers coming out. Casper getting the combined arms. He's probably looking at playing very melee, very infantry oriented, because he's been using the raiders quite heavily, and his opponent has had to get an awful lot of spearmen, so the throwing axemen are going to fare quite well against those. But the long swordsmen, in theory, if they do get good position on them and avoid the first couple of hits, they actually should win the trade. We see head hunting tech coming out now. No actual armory tech except for the +1 damage so far. This is a nice use of the cavalry here from Casper. He's pulled them all the way to the backside again, so he's going to really catch his opponent out of position. Haxor's going to have to try and pull everything back. Just make sure he's not got anything else at risk, so... The cavalry do flee just in time. There's no damage on them. The barracks is already less than half health. Casper's doing a good job of keeping his opponent preoccupied, but he needs to just keep pumping out those workers. Keep pumping out those workers, mate, because for all of your raiding, you're still even on worker count. In fact, you're just about to fall behind, I think. Yeah, so Casper is still only getting workers out of the single town centre instead of all of them. Haxor, on the other hand, he's able to do it out of all three at once. So that's just something that Casper's going to have to keep in mind, because effectively not really making any use of the town centres. Oh no, here we go. Out of this one. Still none out of this one. He's probably best off using a binding to be able to do that. So right now the throwing axemen though, putting in the work now, they're really denying a bit of stone from Haxor, killing another villager as well. We'll take the storehouse quite quickly and be able to get out on time. Use the gold mine, so it's quite nice. So it's been a bit of a slow-paced game, this one. Casper just taking some strategic strikes against his opponent. Flavio responding in kind. Moving his army up now, hoping to try and catch his opponent. Sees the cavalry, wants to try and catch them now. I think Casper's aware that Flavio is going to look at playing more and more aggressively as the game goes on. So the infantry, they are sort of caught out of position here though. It's far away from the town centre, so Casper is able to just rally straight back through on towards his opponent's base. Maybe even try to snipe some of these villages around the town centre before the army can catch them. He'll be able to get one and force a garrison here, so this is quite nice. But he needs to get those cavalry out, otherwise he's going to lose them all. It's another villager in the meantime. May lose this next cavalry unit. He's pushed his units up to snipe another watchtower. This is a nice press and play here from Casper. Flavio's responding pretty well though. He's going to throw up a fortress. He's managed to garrison most of those villages to save them in time then. So Casper is going to try and throw down a forward fortress, but is it going to lock up all of his army? Flavio flanking him, but he hasn't actually seen the fortress. So Flavio manages to strike, and this will get quite interesting because Casper's going to want to push out of there with rams and stuff, and maybe even take some forward production. Flavio, on the other hand, hoping to try and catch an army, which he may do, but it's all bowmen, which is not really something that his army's equipped to deal with. So he has managed to catch some forces out in the middle, but Casper has finished the forward fortress, completely unbeknownst by his opponent. He's doing a wonderful job at walling up his side of the map. Actually catching out a lot of units here though. Flavio does have a big production lead. He's actually got 7 more villages, and he's got a fair bit more actually in terms of population, and right now he's got a lot of horsemen in here to deal with all the units. These are quite tanky, and neither the throwing axemen or the bowmen are going to fare particularly well against them. Well, down here some long swordsmen have come down, but it's not quite enough. There's enough throwing axemen to really deal with them quite quickly. Flavio, big population lead now by about 40. Completely dismantling the army of Caspar, but Caspar's in the meantime, this forward fortress set up, and he's got these barracks being thrown down, so he's going to be able to pump out units from this nice pocket. So this pocket base of Caspar's really going to be able to put in the work for him, but Flavio in the meantime, he's still maintaining that lead that he's got. He's got 7 more villages. He's got a whole bunch of rams queued up out of his fortresses of his own, so be quite an interesting game now. We see a whole bunch of Sacred Groves being thrown down from Haxor. He's rallied them all onto his town centre. Some units of his being filtered in behind. He's going to try and catch something out. Quite nice to see him rally them around the back of the map at this stage. And he might even get something out of this, but he's got to be careful because that's a very, very good anti-infantry composition here. And he could lose this Druid and all the units quite quickly here without really getting much out of this. He's going to kill 2, 3, 4 villagers. He does manage to get all 5 in the end. He does get all 5 in the end, but is it enough? Because Caspar down to 55 villages to 67. But he's really solidifying his position here, and he doesn't have any rams just yet. Flavio does. Now he's sort of got the force that might be able to deal a bit more damage. Flavio sending in some units himself again. Maybe to try and put in a workshop or a fortress. There's 3 barracks down here in the middle map for the Norse player. A big engagement being taken here. There's an awful lot of horsemen, and like I said, the throwing axemen and the bowmen, they're not a really good comp to try and deal with this, because despite the horsemen not actually countering either of them, they are still tanky and deal the damage to be able to kill the other forces without being countered themselves. So now there's just too many for the Norse player to be able to deal with at the moment. Up on the backside, ooh, Caspar's just managed to see that and respond. Axe is going to try and pinch the hunt instead. And in the meantime, Caspar moving out. He's got plenty of these. He's got plenty of these farbs, the ram units here for the Norse, which are really, really cheap. Quite an inexpensive unit. Flavio forced to try and pull everything back to have to deal with these. Anyway, over on the bottom side of the map, there's a fortress going up for Flavio, who's going to try and apply a bit more proxy pressure again. Might even retry over here. Try and deny the stone, which Caspar's getting an awful lot of, but over here, these cavalry, they've got to try and take out this siege, because the rams, they've come in, but they've got nothing in to support them, and they're not going to be able to take that fortress just yet. And over here on the bottom side, though, Flavio does have the cavalry to be able to defend. On the top side, still just gathering. Bottom side, he's still just getting that fortress, so it's a really, really interesting position for both players right now. So big force is throwing axemen here, but it's only the throwing axemen, and because there's no actual front line for them, these horsemen are just going to be able to eat them up. And the bowmen at the back line too are putting a lot of damage on the infantry composition from the Norse player. Pure infantry except for a single skirmisher at the moment. Right now there's a fortress being built. There's hunt being stolen. But now we see the spearmen coming in, the cavalry really starting to fall. The transition to the longswordsman from the Celt player. It's got a lot of very safe druids here, elder druids now. They've got the upgrade on them too. Nice micro here from Caspar, pulling everything back to just under the fortress. He's going to be able to get a lot of these long swordsmen, but does he have enough to actually defend the fortress, which is really, really low at this point? He's got the Rem unit skewed up even at this point, but I think the Celt player might be able to push him back. Down here over on the southern side, some units being taken as well, but the Norse player putting in the work. Flavio going to try and pinch the last of the stone mine, but it might be too little too late now. Really wants to try and deny the opportunity for Caspar to throw down another fortress so greedily, so aggressively. Flavio himself. Now he's got some rams on the southern side. Complete wall off there from Casper, but he won't be able to hold a single wall line for very long against all these rams. And we see a big worker melee right now. What is this? This is insanity. Hey, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to hit women. Anyway. A whole bunch of bowmen being thrown up to counter the throwing axemen, but they're all just stacked here to try and defend this fortress, and I suppose the infantry themselves can't actually repair. Despite being able to build, they can't actually repair. And we see these workers of Flavio being forced back now. He's managed to pinch one of the hunts though. He did probably pinch a little bit of stone off that. It's not necessarily without fault, so right now this is a really nice spot for him to be in. Flavio, with the proxy ram push, he's got them all in around his opponent's longhouses, and there's also a market here as well to be sniped. Storehouse sniped as well. Man, Casper's really going to have to respond, but everything's over here on the north side. It's going to take him ages to be able to respond, and it might even be more effective for him to just move out, which he's going to try and do. But his time is a little bit limited. He actually does have a couple of raiders left, so it's smart of him to have these here. So, oh, he's just training a couple of them up. But he's lost an awful lot there economically. Flavio, in the meantime, he's going to lose his town centre unless he pushes in, but he's going to have to try and hold without it. So, town centre falling down here in exchange for all these houses and the market line. Big force of throwing axemen, but it's a pure throwing axemen army, and now there's a whole bunch of bowmen, 17 bowmen, which are going to be able to really lay waste to this. The ram units aren't even microed onto anything, they're just sort of filtering around the back. And Flavio, he's got cavalry and rams now. He's got his cavalry here to defend his rams. This is really, really nice to see. He's going to be able to pick off villages, be able to kill all the spearmen and the cavalry that come in to try and kill the rams, and the rams themselves are going to be able to get off that little bit more damage. He's going to pick one more house, but there's a couple more units here that could be making it through. So Casper actually lost everything over there, and Flavio doing a wonderful job at pressuring his town centre at this point. 3 rams, 4, 5 rams about to be on at 4 now. One of them falling back down to 3 rams, but it's going to cost Casper a little bit of stone to actually try and get this town centre back to full. And Casper, suddenly the brakes are sort of slammed on his forward pushing. Flavio's really found a hole in his defence. More villages falling, more and more on the backside of Casper's base just falling now. Flavio's well ahead on a score lead at the moment. All these longhouses that were going to be built now are forced to be cancelled. Really nice use of the cavalry here from Flavio. In the meantime, Casper's moving up to try and take the fortress, but it's really only got the 1 ram unit now, and fortress is focusing it, so it's not going to last too long. Flavio taking out the last of the villagers building the longhouses now, so Casper's still back only at 140 max pop, Flavio back at 160, so right now Flavio is moving in on the forward fortress. He's going to be able to try and break this position, I think. Even the ram unit here caught up. That's basically 2 population locked up, and needs to maybe try and push it on the fortress with some of the units. There's so many bowmen, just tons of bowmen, 20 bowmen. 4 druids and a whole bunch of horsemen now. And Flavio can even see that because it's right next to the storehouse. So Flavio's in a great position now. Casper, I think, is just sort of caught off guard now. He's got no food. The underside of his base is all still open. He needs to be able to hold off against this and fix his economy completely. Casper just has so much less in the bank than his opponent. Flavio really only short a little bit of wood, but otherwise it's just well ahead, and I think he's even got the upgrade advantage. So that forward position completely demolished. A lot of the infantry upgrades for the Celt player have been taken. At this stage, he's not even really relying on them. He's got a whole bunch of cavalry down there at the bottom side, pulling more and more of Casper's army down to deal with them, and he's just rallying them back as well. He's probably going to try and take them down to his fortress while trying to slip the rams up on another side. Casper, in the meantime, is actually sending down a couple of spears to try and deal with them, but he completely ignores them though. Oh no, he's just see them at the last second, but oh, no, he's pulled them back to try and deal with the all the horsemen who are just eating through his caravan at this stage. And the forward position is just well and truly lost by Casper. He's really only got this gold mine over his opponent's side of the map and is forced back completely over here. And it's a really nice use of the gold mine tech here from the Celt player, who's going to deny that completely in the meantime. Cavalry still doing a wonderful job at sniping every single one of the caravans. Come on, just micro it onto that. That's so low. It's 1 health, man. Come on. This is why you got to play with health indicators, guys. Play with health indicators, god damn it. Alright, so this force of horsemen, I think they've been caught out well and truly now. They've sort of overstayed their welcome now, because Casper, even though he hasn't really got any cavalry of his own, he just has that much infantry to be able to deal with them. Plenty of throwing axemen and plenty of spearmen, which are sort of the two choices that you want to have if you want to try and fight infantry via spearmen. And these longhouses really here out of the way, trying to keep them alive because Flavio is just going to try and kill them again. Because this ram, it's just... This single ram has just picked up 4 or 5 of those in the meantime. Through all of these shenanigans. So Casper's still down to only 120 population. Casper really starting to fall behind. He's even in terms of points, but I'm not sure how much he's got left in him really, because Flavio seems to really have been winning the pressure game this one. He's just got mass cavalry, getting the horseshoes tech. He's pretty much got his cavalry maxed out on upgrades at this point. He's going to take another longhouse. The Norse player, it's just... Norse player is even a town centre behind at this stage. So that's big. This is really big for Flavio, who I think he's really only behind on score because he doesn't have as much in the bank, and Casper's doing a reasonable job at gathering and getting upgrades behind all this, but it's 45 villages to 70 at this stage, and Casper, economically, things really aren't going his way anymore. It's another wall segment being taken out by Flavio, but he's microing everything back just because he wants to make sure he's not going to lose anything, and he knows he can try and make Casper panic in this position, because Casper knows he's probably a little bit behind now. He's only getting back up to 160 population at a max. Flavio, on the other hand, 195, so just needs to not lose too much here and try and push in, go for the kill. But in saying that, Casper can be a tough nut to crack. There's a really, really big force assembled here from the Celt player. Just finishing up for the last couple of units. And he's going to try and push in, I think. He's even getting another ram on this southern side, but he needs to be careful. Because Casper has smartly put a couple of spears there just on defense. Not a big population investment, but it's enough to really be able to hold off against them. So, Flavio going to try and take this gold, I believe. If he notices. No, I don't think he does notice. He's just streamed his units across to try and defend the watchtower and maybe take the wood line, because that would have been seen by the watchtower, so that's not too good for Casper now, because all this is going to get found out, I think, and all this has been seen, so he's going to be able to put in a lot of damage. He's going to be able to put in the hurt now. He's got all this cavalry here. He'll take out the armory probably, picking off a couple of villages over the top side of his opponent's base. Casper now getting the golden age, so he can finally get his 4th town centre. Stop being so far behind in terms of the population. Getting the Elfedans out, so he can really be able to defend against the archers, but he needs to be able to get some of his cavalry of his own, I think, because he's not going to have the speed to be able to catch up with the Celt army otherwise. Some rams even mixed into the army, and some rams over here pushing in, and Casper is just rallying everything back just at the same time, which is a bit unfortunate for him, but it's really smart of Flavio just to micro them around, take a new spot in the wall instead of trying to fight in that same spot. And now he's going to be able to trickle in, hopefully not aggro these, which I think he will actually. So this isn't going to be too good for him. But he is going to be able to get the town center, I think, because he's got 7 rams here. He's going to be able to destroy this town center. And he has cleaned up all the houses again. All the long houses have fallen once again. And he is filtering his cavalry around the back of the base. Trying to snipe another house. Snipes the town center. And his main army is finally moving in to go for the kill, I think. Got a big 50 population lead, slightly ahead in upgrades. Right now I think it's going to come down to composition, but he's got the cavalry right at the back of Casper's army, and he's going to be able to kill all the skirmishers who are only really focusing on the front line rather than focusing this huge archer ball of 22. So I don't know if this is really going to go Casper's way here. I think Flavio has this in the bag at this point. He's going to have more siege on the way soon. And he really is opening the gap. It's 95 supply to 180 at this stage, and Casper can only max out at 120 until he gets some more buildings up. Just losing more and more at this stage. There's even a ram here with the army. GG called from Casper, guys. Yeah, so in the end, Flavio's raiding, he managed to wear down his opponent, break the hold, and he did it in the end. Alright guys, I think I might take a short break again. That was a bit of a long one. Casper's opted for equal footing. Yeah guys, be a couple. Alright guys, I'm back and I think Spaniard might be busy. So, an equal footing game. Should I invert the colours? Fuck it, I'll just leave them as they are. Alright, so. Game 2, equal footing. We've got a Celt versus Babylonian. Melbourne Celt versus Norse. So Casper's going back to his roots. Picking Babylonian. Just waiting on Flavio to accept, but I think he might be away. If he is, I might go quickly, grab a snack myself. Yeah, I'll just be a sec, guys.
What up?
I've just turned the stream back on. And gonna do equal footing.
All equal footing.
I'll just have to swap colours quickly. Alright, so we're underway with game 2. With Flavio, the blue Celt player, in the bottom. And Casper, the red Babylonian, sorry. Typically he does play Norse in these show matches. He's caught me out this time. But let's see if he can catch out Flavio this time.
We will see. That was a good game. Last game, we got another Babylonian versus Celt game here. So see if Casper's able to put on the pressure like Cool Blade did earlier.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he opts for a similar sort of style or even tries his own kind of approach.
Absolutely, looks like both players going for some standard openings here. Casper gathering that ox cart on his hunt and his trees there, same as Flavio. He's got a storehouse nicely placed for the hunt and the trees next to the hunt. Although Casper looks like he's transitioning to his tree line there. So both players going fairly standard. Casper getting out a second ox cart does have enough for a barracks, so I assume we'll see it soon. Same as Flavio. It looks like Flavio just put down his barracks. So Flavio a little bit earlier than Casper, but Casper's not too far behind there. All right, Flavio does have two villagers on his barracks there, so it's going to get up a little bit quicker there than Casper's. Flavio also transitioning to his tree line. Imagine we'll see some houses come out from Flavio to try to push to H2. Casper is got his barracks up, coming up in just a few seconds here. Meanwhile, Flavio does have some spearmen coming out as we speak. Casper also going down to the stones, so looks like Casper's getting ready for Town Sitter coming in H2.
Yeah, Flavio himself hasn't actually got his stone. I think he's just opting to try and maybe put on some more pressure or even just make sure he's got enough to actually defend early. So
Yeah, he could queue up some spearmen there.
Yeah, because there are some more spearmen coming out for Casper as well, so he wants to make sure he doesn't necessarily fall behind in the spearmen, because as the Kel player, if you do, then your spears, not only are they a little bit weaker in the straight up fight, and you've actually got less of them, and then you're just going to outright lose or be forced to try and harass with them all game long, or all early game long.
Yeah, let's see how it goes here. It looks like Casper throwing down a Ziggurat kind of in the back of his base there, so he is headed to H2. Flavio also has H2 queued up. So both players pretty even so far, heading to H2 at nearly the same time, although Casper looks like he is slightly ahead in population. And yeah, it looks like Flavio also is a little behind in his stone gathering, whereas Casper he needs to maybe transition a villager or two to wood. It looks like he's going to outgather on the stone a little bit, so we'll see if he's able to drop that town center here soon.
Yeah, well, Casper's going to
Flavio,
get... Sorry, mate.
I'll go for it.
I was going to say, Casper's going to get housed very soon, so he's also, like you said, he's going to really have to transfer, because he's already got the stone, and he's also going to have to try and throw down a house as well as the town centre, if he wants to keep up production. What were you going to say, sorry?
Yeah, you're right. He's population capped, and I was going to say, Flavio is now transitioning to stone, so if he can, kind of, although he did build an archer range there, so he might be a little behind on his wood, but with Casper capped, he's not got anything in production, so there comes a house finally, but he needs to pull these villagers off stone. Yeah, it looks like he is now throwing down his town center, kind of in the back of his tree line there. So Casper opting for that town center that's slightly defensive, but not too far away from his original town center. But he did lose a lot of valuable time getting out villagers. In fact, look at his food now. He's flooding 500 food because he just didn't have anything queued up, and he still doesn't.
Well, that's it. He doesn't have anything queued up. He's not got the gold to try and actually take any Age 2 upgrades yet, and he's still actually gathering the stone too. He's already gathered 500 stone, and you've got to ask yourself what for, unless he's going to try and play aggressive with walls and towers or something, or get a lot of early upgrades.
We'll see how Casper comes back from that. He is throwing down another house here, so he's trying to, and he's still building his town center. So he's desperately trying to get his population cap up, so he can start pumping out some more units. Meanwhile, Flavio not only got his archer range out, but now he's going for his second town center. And I like that town center placement from Flavio there on the western side of his base, protecting all 4 resources, and is a nice defensive placement because it kind of protects that back choke on the western side of his base there.
Yeah, that's a really nice spot. Casper's as well is a pretty similar sort of position. It's just it isn't really gotten so lucky, I suppose, with having just 4 resources so densely put together. Flavio opting to really take advantage of this, and he's got the woodline to help defend the town center as well as the gold and the stone, so it's a bit hard to try and push into it with cavalry or siege or something of that nature. And like he said, it gives him a good view of the back of his base. Any cavalry that or infantry that try and stream up here are going to take town center shots the whole time.
So well done from Flavio there. Flavio now getting out that second town center villager production, so we'll see if he can get a nice economy lead. Meanwhile, Casper is, I mean, they're pretty much dead even on population, although Flavio does have quite a few in queue. So Casper, he is getting an archery range down, so he needs to start getting out some military units here and see what he can do. He does have a couple shield bearers out there, but just kind of trying to slowly amass his units here. Getting onto the gold. He's opting for a couple slingers and a couple bowmen, so I guess maybe he's not sure what Flavio's composition is going to be. Now, this is where Casper would be really well served to send his scout down for a second run through Flavio's base to try to get an idea of what Flavio's composition is going to look like.
Well, that's it. He doesn't really know what's going on except for a single barracks, and that's not a really nice position to be in going into the mid-game, whereas Flavio as well doesn't really seem to know an awful lot either. So both players are really just sort of flying blind at this stage.
Although Flavio does, I guess, kind of correctly guess that his opponent would be going for some range units, so Flavio did get down that double archer range. So good prediction there from Flavio, though Flavio also needs to get his Sacred Grove down here soon so that he can get some druids out.
That's it. He needs to get some druids and maybe even throw down an extra barracks or 2 as well, because with the Celt army, you really want to have a bit of a bias towards your barracks. Get a couple of archery ranges as well, just to be able to thin out your opponent's range, but he really needs the barracks and the Sacred Groves to be able to make use of the mid-game Celt army.
Yeah, for sure. And Flavio's floating quite a bit of food and wood, so like you mentioned, it would be really well served for him to get some extra barracks down to maybe pump out some more units, spend up a lot of that food. Maybe needs to even transition a couple villagers off food. Meanwhile, Casper is floating some resources too, although he's pretty evenly spread out here. In fact, I would kind of not be surprised if Casper chooses to head to H3 here shortly.
Well, that's it. I mean, he would have probably expected for Flavio to try and push out an early H3, being the Celt player, and try and respond with something similar in time, which is why I think he's maybe taken so much stone early. So he can get H3, get some H2 upgrades, and then get either a fortress or the H3 town center relatively quickly. Because that's really what the Celt player is going to sort of incentivize you to do in a sense, because they're not going to be able to apply much pressure till they get their own cavalry once, you know, their early spear advantage in the speeds really starts to fall off.
And Casper now is headed to H3, although Flavio queued it up a little bit earlier, so Flavio is going to hit H3 a little bit quicker than Casper here, so see how Flavio tries to take advantage of that. So a couple stables going down for Casper, a couple Sacred Groves for Flavio. So both players just kind of trying to slow roll here, get a nice economy going before they try to make too much trouble on the map here. Although I would like to maybe see either player try to push out for a little bit more map control while both players are just kind of in this lull. You know, they're just kind of complacent right now. to stay in their base, and so
That's it. They both
one
hit
play.
H3 without pretty much a fight at all at this stage.
You'd like to see maybe one of the players taking the initiative and trying to establish map control. It does look like Flavio's getting a little bit of an eastern wall out there outside of his base, although as you saw there, Casper is also getting down his third town center in pretty good placement. Casper's kind of got almost like a wall with his town centers here. He's got this third town center on the eastern edge of his base, kind of protecting this choke point, whereas that second town center was on the western side of his base. And so, he does have some nice map control in his corner with his town centers, but we'll see which player can establish control a little bit further out on the map.
Well, that's it. I think Flavio's realised that Casper's not moving out much himself, so he's opting for the double market, now and quite early on in his H3, so they could come to hurt Casper in the long run if he doesn't manage to do the same himself or find it.
Yeah, both players kind of not focused on military right now. They're very slowly getting some military units out here. So if one of the players were to transition to, producing military units, they might be able to catch the other off guard. They're both just kind of, again, complacent is the best word I can think of. They're not really focusing on their army very much. Looks like some stables are coming down for Flavio. So I like this play from Flavio. Flavio is anticipating the Lancers, and so he wants to get out some Celtic horsemen. Although if you look at Casper's opting for mounted archers, which are going to be able to counter the range units of Flavio. If I'm not, or is it ranged or cavalry that they have a bonus against?
It's cavalry, but they're
Cavalry,
also
yes,
nice
yeah.
to use against the range, because I think they are just a little bit more tanky than, say, bowmen. Because all the cavalry seem to just trade quite well against any ranged, and then against any infantry that aren't spearmen, really, just because of the health disparity.
Yeah, so some interesting compositions coming out here for these players. Looks like Casper is going to be the first one to make a move on the map. He's going to push out to the western side of the map here. He is going to very nicely find this gold mine and the market line of Flavio. So this could be huge for Casper.
Yeah, well, it could be, but I suppose being a Celt player as well, Flavio's not in too bad of a position, because this is going to take quite a fair bit to actually whittle down, and it's going to give him time to either try and save it, or at least readjust everything accordingly. Because he's no doubt...
Flavio does need to respond here, but I don't know if he has the amount of units to be able to respond. He's going to lose a ton of villagers there.
Yeah, that's a really nice pick for Casper, and he's going to continue to even pick the markets at this stage. And there's nothing going on at Casper's side of the map now. He's just taking stuff out, and that's pretty much it right now.
Yeah, Flavio desperately needs to try to pump out some units here and respond. It looks like he's just kind of resolved himself to lose that market and try to regroup in his base here and take on this army once he has some more units amassed. It looks like he's getting out quite a few long swordsmen. He's wanting to maybe make short work of those shield bearers, get through that meat line of Casper. Meanwhile, Casper continuing to pump out shield bearers. So
he's taking the upgrade for the shield bearers too.
It looks like he wants to invest heavily in a shield for his ranged units, both his bowmen and his mounted archers. Meanwhile, nice movement here from Flavio. Flavio sending in a unit of horsemen to get some raiding done, although he is going to find this third town center from Casper, and that's why I really like Casper's placement there, in terms of the map control in his corner, whereas Flavio kind of opted for his third town center to kind of be in the back of his base, which didn't do a ton for his defense on the eastern side of his base. So, although he does have that wall, but nevertheless, I like this play from Casper in terms of his base layout here.
Did you see, as soon as Flavio's units went around, Casper's line of sight upgrade on his buildings actually kicked in, and it gives you a huge amount on the watchtowers, and he got seen then. So that upgrade, just it kicking in right then, really helped Casper out. Because he's seen this come, he's lost the watchtower now, but he's lost nothing else. His army's already here, in preparation for Flavio's just cavalry force. He's got everything else back at his base.
Yeah, excellent play from Casper there. That's why watch posts are so important, guys. Everyone that's watching, that's one thing I could do better as a PvP player is get out some watch posts so that you can understand what's going on in the map. It's so critical. So yeah, well played there from Casper, and he forces the horseman horde of Flavio back into his base. He may be able to even to get this gold mine. Yeah, Flavio decides that he's going to relinquish that gold mine and sends his villagers back into his base there, trying to throw down a fortress. So Flavio trying to respond as quickly as he can, and is going to respond with a little bit of aggression of his own, is sending his army across the map. He's going to see what he can do. He's going to find that Casper hasn't really pushed outside of his base yet, aside from his army. So he's not going to catch any villagers, but here come the horsemen of Flavio. He's going to get some information about the base. Well, Casper is kind of hanging out outside the base of Flavio. Flavio moving in. He may be able to catch those gold miners. Now Casper moving in on the eastern side there of Flavio's base. So a little bit of two-front action like you were hoping for earlier. Got a little bit of a battle on two fronts here.
Well, that's it. It's always nice to see both players push to the very limits, trying to take and defend stuff all over the map.
So Casper's going to push through this wall here. Is he going to be able to get that fortress before it goes up for
I think it's just too
Flavio?
late.
It looks like Flavio has so many villagers on it that he's not going to be able to get it. Meanwhile, Flavio trying to make something happen on the western edge of Casper's base here, but he's going to run into that clay wall and a fortress. He doesn't like what he sees, so he does back off. Meanwhile, Casper also is being pushed slowly back, trying to kite with his ranged units here. Does a nice job kiting a little bit, but both players have worked themselves to a stalemate here.
Yeah, well, that's it. Flavio's managed to pinch the gold mine off Casper, but in the meantime he's lost his own, and he's up to just gather it with a storehouse rather than going for the actual gold mine itself. And did you see when Flavio's units all rallied into the corner, the fortress splash damage managed to hit nearly every single one of them in the composition? There's still a whole bunch of them still being healed up from it.
Yeah, nice defensive play there from Casper. I think Casper recognized last game that he had kind of let his defenses fall by the wayside, so he decides this game he does not want to fall behind in map control and in his defenses, so he's doing a nice job there defending his base. Both players are hitting the 180 population cap, although Casper has not made use of 180 population. Casper's actually significantly behind in terms of the population there.
There's about 15 workers behind too, but he's just managing now to recover this gold mine. Does he have the units to be able to recover it now? And he's got a lot more villagers here, a lot less army.
Yeah, it looks like both of these players have chosen, for whatever reason, to desperately fight over this gold mine here. Although I think Flavio's idea in this is, hey, this is once Casper is spent in his base, this is his next gold mine, and so if I take it before he can, what is he going to do? He's got that little tiny market line in his base, but that's not going to be providing him a ton of gold for any newer players that are watching.
I think
the longer your market line is, the better the gold is.
Casper's actually out of gold. That's it. He's not even taking. He's not. This is his closest gold mine, I think, at this stage. He's taken all the gold mines near his base, and that's pretty much his third gold mine. And Flavio getting on this and mining it out right now is huge. Even if he loses this fight, that's a lot of gold being trickled out right now. And he's got a population lead. He's going to save the workers. Going to get out with a lot of his forces. Even though he loses an awful lot here, he's going to be in a position to remax. And like you said, he's been well above Casper in terms of population just about the entirety of the game. as long as he doesn't lose too much here on out, he can remax and just push straight in and roll straight over Casper, because this is also going to run out quite quickly, and then Casper's forced to have to go down to here, or try and take this one as well. So Flavio's doing a wonderful job at taking out all the gold he can, because there's another 1700 gold worth there gone. He's probably mined another 300 or 400 worth up there, so that's 2,000 gold worth of your opponents that you've already seized for a very small investment of villages, or a storehouse, or a gold mine.
Yeah, good play over there from Flavio for sure. Flavio has a nice army here that he has amassed. It looks like he's going to be pushing out of his base. You know, Casper desperately needs to try to establish some map control, like you're talking about there. You know, his gold mines are quite limited in terms of his options, and so Casper needs to try to make something happen on the map here. Although Casper has opted to go to age 4 here, so I'm interested about that play there, Artishir. I don't know what Casper's mind might be here. Is he maybe just wanting to try to get out his best units so that he can try to establish the map control? What do you think he goes for in age 4?
Well, if he throws down the town center and maybe just floods the map with whatever cheap units he can, because he knows his opponent's got a big force as well. Maybe he's hoping he can buy time, and particularly with things like shield bearers, because they don't cost any gold. You know, free himself up to be able to take another gold, or maybe try and take one off Flavio, because he must know that Flavio is more or less maxed out in his own golds at this stage. And there's really only these center golds that both players are fighting over, and they are more over Casper's side of the map. So Flavio is sort of forced to have to come to him. But in saying that, will he have enough to actually defend here? Because that's a big investment, basically 3,500 resources to go to age 4. And the upgrades that come in it are the most expensive in the game as well. So oftentimes it's a wonder if it was worth it when players take it and then lose.
Yeah, for sure. And Casper's also investing heavily into his caravans there. And I don't know. It's quite a short market line, so I guess he's just trying to get a mass of caravans to try to make up for the lack of gold. What is that? 18 gold. So yeah, he's just trying to desperately establish something there. These Woad Raiders are going to run into this fortress again. They might be able to get this wall down, and if Casper doesn't react quickly, these Woad Raiders might be able to do some damage onto these villagers.
Yeah, well, that's really nice use of Woads to take down that single wall. They're a really nice unit for being able to take out squishy buildings and villages and pretty much everything. They've got a sprint, they counter siege, ranged, and priest units, so you're really forced to have to try and counter with cavalry and infantry. And this big ball of bowmen, if the Woads micro onto them well, Flavio can come out on top here and then get out in time. Well, it might not be enough Woads, and he might not have enough upgrades on them to really be able to do that, but he does manage to take most of the weight, well, pretty much all of the archers out as well, along with a couple of caravans there. So a very small force of Flavio's dealing quite a reasonable amount of damage to Casper there. He's going to have to look at re-walling, taking more caravans, and refilling his archers. There's actually a siege tower full of sappers here, so that's a nice choice.
Let's see if Casper tries anything cheeky there with those sappers. But yeah, well played there from Flavio. I think that was probably a good investment for him. That, you know, even though, like you mentioned, he lost all of those Woad Raiders, he did deal a significant amount of damage there. And so Casper, again, is just, you know, he's got a decent bank of gold right now, but for how long? You know, he needs to try to make something happen on the map. Meanwhile, Flavio has slowly kind of expanded his side of the map here and is starting to establish some decent map presence, including on the eastern edge of the map there. So, you know, Flavio has established his map presence and is solidly in control of this game as it stands right now.
That's it. I think if he introduces Siege at the right time here, despite he being an age behind, he's really got the map control, really got the army lead. Although that's sort of slowly tipped towards Casper's favour again now, just as he's hitting the max population, but he's still only on the 3 town centres despite being the quicker age 4, so Flavio's not in bad shape at all here. And he's better prepped to actually take the town centre as well as follow up with more upgrades and more fortresses. Because he's sitting on the 1.1k stone bank compared to, well, no stone bake effectively, because I think he's going for the 4th town center, and he is, from Casper, because he's seen the age 4 coming up from Flavio. So that's probably more of a panic town center than anything, considering position.
Big engagement here. We'll see who can get the better of this engagement. We've got the shield bearers meeting the horsemen and longswordsmen of Flavio. Casper trying to move that siege tower around to get some damage out, but Flavio just this army is just so upgraded, and those slingers are making such quick work of those bowmen, druids providing the heals and the buff. Flavio coming out on top of that engagement handily. And, Casper, he's running out of gold quickly. We'll see if he can recover from that. But I think that may have been the tipping point in the game.
Oh, wow. I didn't even notice in the meantime. Yeah, he's got another army of woads that he sent round, managing to destroy the wall again, send it up, do the same thing, but this time because, yeah, he's taken the fight and had a small clump of woads that have taken out everything. The market, a couple of houses. It's been costly for Casper. Just now he's reacting with the lances.
Yeah, that was amazing play there from Flavio. The winning the engagement on the battlefield there, but also while his opponent was distracted, moving in with the Woad Raiders. So, and I think these Woad Raiders might even be able to deal with these Lancers, honestly.
Yeah, well, there's just not enough Lancers, actually. The Woads have got a good surround. Picking them all off. He's going to get this one. Might even get the last one at this stage. Yeah, so Casper's forced to have to make even more Lancers. And Flavio making another set of Woads. I think he's probably going to try and do the same. Leave them out of the fight. Try and take another engagement while he's got this advantage. And then go in again. And he's got a forward fortress, which is a nice position. He's just outside of range for the Palantonon, so he can just put one down here. Start laying waste to his opponent's fortress.
Nice play there from Flavio to try to establish some map control and try to slowly just get a stranglehold on Casper. Casper desperately trying to stay in the game here, but, I don't know. Well, what is he going to do for gold? He doesn't have any gold mines left. His markets were destroyed. He does have a new market line set up, but again, that market line is just so short, that I don't know that it's going to be enough.
I'll have a look and see. I think it might be slightly more than his last market line, actually, but even still, like you say, it's 27. It's not necessarily the most optimal market line. It's good, though, because it is really defendable, especially because he's got trees here to defend at this time instead of a wall, but yeah, when you're forced to resort to that, it's not optimal from the economic standpoint. And his opponent is able to just filter in the Woads right in the middle of his base. Casper has to come and send something to deal with this, even though he's got all this static defense. And in doing so, he's splitting up his army up, and it's a pretty precarious position because all Flavio has to do from here is max out and push in.
Flavio doing an excellent job of pressuring his opponent here. Casper trying to get those Lancers on those Woad Raiders, but those caravans are just dying by the dozen here. Flavio opting to get out some Rams as well, so it looks like Flavio is preparing to make his final push here. Flavio is now pushing in on the fortress of Casper. Casper does have a Palantonon out, so the Palantonon, he needs to try to get that Palantonon on the army of Flavio, though. Right now, he needs to be helping his army.
Well, that's it. He's not going to be able to take the fortress in time, and he's going to lose his own. So, although in saying that, Casper's managed to kill an awful lot of the front line for Flavio, and he might even just save the fortress now. But there's a second one here in preparation too, so...
Wow, I'm surprised. I can't believe Casper pulled that engagement. I guess just, the sheer amount of the units plus the fortress, he was able to, and I guess that town center also was actually providing some fire onto the units on the fortress. So, well played from Casper there. I'm surprised, and in fact, Casper now has a lead in terms of score. Although, again, I think this lack of gold is going to end up hurting him in the long run. Flavio still just has control of these gold mines. He has that eastern gold mine now, so really there's only, 1 or 2 gold mines left on the map that could be taken? 1, maybe?
Yeah, well, seems to be just that one, unless Casper can break this position in time, and Flavio seems to be content just to throw a couple of units away, Try and find a position for some rams or something to find an opening. Maybe try the town centre or the fortress over this side of the map, which is what I think he's intending to do now. Casper's got everything over here to defend this really low fortress. And they're good Palantonen use. He's brought it forward just a bit to be able to take this fortress. Flavio is forced to have to try and respond with another one of his own.
And Casper needs to try to take advantage of that now that he's got those fortresses down. He needs to push out and try to catch that new fortress of Flavio. Flavio is putting down yet another fortress over there. So meanwhile, he's moved him with these rams. He's going to get us stables. These lancers are going to come try to deal with these rams here. Don't think they'll get a third or a second stables. They won't. But they did get close. So Flavio trying to put some pressure still on his opponent. Casper is going to see what he can do, pushing out on the map here. Meanwhile, Flavio trying to go for a sneaky little fortress here on the west, but it looks like, unluckily for him, Casper is going to find it with those lancers. But a big engagement here. Palantonen's on the ranged units, so good engagement here for Casper. He needs to queue up more military units. He's got nothing in queue right now, so he needs to press this advantage. He is going to push Flavio back. Well played from Casper, but again, he just has nothing in queue.
I don't know if he can't really afford a lot though. I think he's sort of worried that if he spends a lot now, he won't have the gold to be able to defend, which is why he's really only opting for bearers at the moment. But like you say, he's going to fall behind in army supply very, very soon, because Casper's just getting more and more Woad Raiders and probably going to get more of his own range too. See some slingers coming out now.
Yeah, exactly like you mentioned. He has got to try to get a gold mine. I wish Casper really needs to scout that gold mine on the west there and try to just establish. Honestly, the western side of the map is pretty much open for Casper. You know, if he were to not only take that gold mine, but then also maybe establish some markets on the western corner of the map.
Yeah, or even put some pressure on.
Yeah.
There's only the wall there, but there's no actual walling off here. And yeah, there's gold here. There's plenty of space for a good market for Casper. But for now, he's just opting for the safe spot up here. Just trying to defend, but he's just running out of gold now, so this could be it, I think, if he's not careful. Flavio, on the other hand, he's got a whole bunch of bowmen queued up, and he's got composite bow, so he's getting the final upgrade out of the range. He's still got about 3,000 gold bank himself. So if you can snipe the Palantonen especially, this is a really, really nice spot for him to be in.
Here come the woes to try to get that Palantonen. Casper is going to react nicely, and I believe he might just save the Palantonen. Yeah, he's barely going to save that Palantonen, but Flavio pushing in.
Oh,
Casper does
fall in the end.
Does get it. Casper has a nice amount of ranged units here, and it looks like Flavio is going to decide to retreat to the safety of his fortress. But, you know, Flavio might be well served to just try to play the long game here, because Casper is still just so starved for gold. He's resorting to trying to pump out a ton of shield bearers. You know, if he's going to do that, he really needs to throw down some more production facilities. You know, right? I mean, if you look at his base, he's only got, what, 2 barracks?
Yeah, he's only got the 2 barracks, and he's just trying to pump them out. But if he loses any of these ranged units, then he's not going to be able to pump out the bearers fast enough to be able to replenish, because Flavio's got heaps of barracks. He's really only got the 2 ranges, though. The Celt player has actually finished all of his Celt-specific upgrades, so that's always nice to see.
Flavio does have a nice upgraded army. Casper trying to get some upgrades himself, but again, he's floating so much wood that, you know, I understand that he wants to continue to supply his Palantonens and his range units, but he needs to throw down some more facilities, and finally he does add some more facilities there so he can try to get out more units more quickly. Flavio is going to push in, try to take down that fortress with the Woad Raiders. Nice choice there from Flavio. Does get that fortress.
Yeah, all this
to do some damage here too.
Yeah, he's going to be able to do a good amount of damage, and all this banked up wood and food here, about 15,000 worth. Casper really probably should have looked at transferring it into gold a little bit quicker so he could actually have the units to defend here. He does have a population lead. Flavio's actually fallen a fair bit behind in score, but he's not in the most optimal position now with all these resources in the bank, but most of his villagers falling down. He's still about 10 population down in terms of the villager count.
Flavio deciding to sacrifice his Woad Raiders, get a good amount of damage on the villagers there, take out that fortress. So nice play from Flavio. Although Flavio does need to take advantage of his, his establishment on the map. He's got an established presence on the map, whereas Casper's kind of trying to fight for positioning on the map. So Flavio needs to take advantage of that while he can. But like you said, he's behind in population. So nice engagement here. Flavio trying to move those slingers to the back there to cut off the range units of Casper. Casper moving in with a nice bowman count there. He's got the Poundtonen on the field. Shield bearers onto the bowman of Flavio. Casper, just so many bowmen. Got a few slingers in there as well and some mounted archers. So, yeah, and that huge amount of shield bearers is going to do it for Casper. Casper's going to be able to win that engagement. He's got Flavio kind of on his heels here. So, yeah, Casper build up a decent bank of gold as well. But now Flavio trying to counter push with some woads. Move those bowmen past the shield bearers onto the ranged units of Casper. And now Flavio going to push Casper back and loses his Poundtonens. Got some more shield bearers coming in. Shield bearers are also behind the bowman of Flavio. So this is an interesting fight.
Yeah, it's been quite a prolonged fight, actually.
It has. Good micro from Flavio and his slingers to take out those bowmen of Casper. Casper lost all of his bowmen. So Flavio tactically retreated and then pushed back again. But these shield bearers are unrelenting. They want more blood, so they're trying to poke onto these slingers here.
Flavio's done a good job of continually moving the bowmen, though, so the shield bearers are constantly trying to target the nearest target. And usually it's like a slinger or a horseman, and the bowman turns around and deals with that little bit of extra damage to them. So both players, they microed that fight quite well, I thought. There's some rams actually coming up here. Not going to be able to get too much now with the champion lancers, though.
Does manage to get one barracks, maybe two. Yeah,
it does get the second. Casper still hasn't taken this gold mine. This last amount of gold for him. And Flavio must be just about out of gold as well now. So it'd be interesting to see how Flavio copes with the no gold economy the way Casper has been. And Casper just has so many of these here.
Yeah, exactly. And, like you mentioned, how is Flavio going to respond to this late game economy? Big engagement here. Casper, I think, may be able to get the better of Flavio if he's able to push now, but Flavio moving those slingers to the back line of Casper. Casper needs to get that Poundtonen in the fight. Bowman on the right there for Flavio. Yeah, nice movement here from Flavio. Just nicely played and positioned there. Casper does have some units on the slingers of Flavio, so the Flavio slingers are going to go down, but here comes some more reinforcements for Casper. Casper might be able to turn the tide of this fight with those reinforcements, and he does. Getting that Poundtonen on the field as well was huge, and that siege tower also doing a lot of work. So it was great movement from Flavio, but in the end, Casper overpowered him.
Wow, Casper's really turned this around. He's back up to over 100 population lead, including what's in queue now. So Flavio, I think, is just about broken. It's Flavio that's run out of gold here, not Casper by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's amazing there from Casper. Flavio is going to get that siege tower, but that was amazing. Flavio had an opportunity to make something happen when Casper was low on gold and only had his market line there, but now Casper has just transitioned so nicely to gathering so much wood that he's just kind of supplying gold for himself by selling wood and food, and his market line is decently established now. He's up to 200 population with everything in queue, so Casper just held on, and now suddenly has control of this game in a commanding fashion.
Yeah, and he's able to snipe the production facilities quite quickly with the double Palantone on now. So he's going to take buildings basically one at a time. Well, now basically take 2 every 2 hits now. So it's going to be quite tough. Flavio's going to have to do something soon, but has he got enough to be able to do it with? He's about 90 population behind, so it's going to be quite big. His army control's been really good, but so has Casper's, and he's only going to get one of the Palantonons, I think.
Yeah, I think Casper may just have too much of a critical mass of units here for Flavio to deal with. I don't know that Flavio is going to be able to recover. Flavio himself, his market line is honestly not that optimal in terms of the length of his market line. So, like you mentioned, now that Flavio's run out of gold, and not having too great of a market line himself, Flavio's just in a terrible position. He just doesn't have anything to respond to Casper with. He's getting out some champions on the field. I do like to see the champions, but I think it's going to be too little too late. He's trying to deal some more damage here to the eastern side of Casper's base. But Casper, just too much pressure.
Well, that's it. He's getting 3 or 4 production facilities, but once the ram dies, that's it. Whereas Casper, he's dealt that damage, and he's got this big 100 supply army right in front of it, ready to do the same damage again.
See if Flavio can make his last stand here between the champions and the slingers. He's going to try to move his slingers onto the bowmen of Casper. Champions doing some nice work there to the shield bearers, but so many units for Casper. That Palantonen is still doing damage there onto the buildings of Flavio. Flavio on his back foot here.
Casper Flavio with the GG.
Yeah, Flavio, GG. Wow.
Wow, what a game. 40 minutes. That's a pretty long game.
That was an incredibly long game, and kind of back and forth. I'm impressed with Casper's play there. He held on. He, didn't have much map presence, but he just held on as long as he needed to until he was able to turn the game around.
So for a while there, Casper, with next to no goal compared to Flavio, he just doubled down and managed to hold on. It was just phenomenal.
Exactly, and that point there on the graph that you showed with the current gold, where Flavio was just so ahead of Casper in gold, that was just so critical for him to push at that moment. I believe it was around minute 30, 31 or so, where he just had such a significant gold advantage, but he didn't have the mass of units, and so Casper was able to hold on and turn it around.
Alright, well I might find out what map the guys want to play, and I might just go for a quick break myself, because Jesus Christ, 40 minutes.
Yeah, that was long. So we'll take a couple minutes here, guys, and we'll be back in a few. Sounds good. Okay. Rizor also mentioned uh, in Discord that he would be interested in playing too if Dak's not around.
Alright guys, so we're back and I'm just waiting to confirm what map Flavio wants to pick for game 3. Casper's switched to Persian, Flavio's stuck with his Celts. Your Persian quarries from map 3, I think. Alright, so we got a Persian quarries map with the new Persian tile set, so I haven't actually seen one of these just yet. It's a really cool looking map to start with. So in the top corner we've got Casper as the blue Persian player, and in the bottom corner we've got Flavio as a red Celt player. All three of his games have been Celt. Casper's switched every game so far.
Yeah, I guess Flavio's just kind of trying to really master the Celts.
So I'll be interested to see what strategy these guys opt for, considering this is a map that they probably haven't really seen much of for a little while. Hasn't been in the map pool for about 3 or 4 seasons now, I don't think.
Yeah, actually, I don't know that I've ever played on this map before, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, I think it was one of the first of the Project Celeste maps to come out, and it was really only in the pool for sort of 1 or 2 seasons after it did. And then I think it really fell by the wayside in favour of all the newer maps that have come out since.
Right. Looks like an interesting map. What kind of, I guess, what are they? They're not able to access the plateau there, are they? Is that kind of cut off and it's just that main choke point in the middle, or what?
Well, with the plateaus, there's the chokes here at either end of the map,
Oh, I see.
and then there's sort of another sort of cavern inside that plateau as well.
Mm. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, so it could get quite interesting with Siege being able to attack through these steps.
Yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see, especially this matchup. With Casper opting to go for the Persians um, versus the Celts here. It's gonna be an interesting matchup, especially on this map choice here. I imagine we might see a lot of raiding. I don't know. We'll see.
So Flavio is actually moving out with his spears, or maybe not, just putting them on a forward position.
I do like the new map skin though, or terrain, I should say, that PF2K created. Both this Persian Valley. I mean, it's kind of funny. We've got the Persian Valley map terrain on the Persian Valley map, but also the Celtic autumn terrain that PF2 created. Both are very cool.
Yeah, it's really, really nice that he and the other devs have put so much work in to bring us these really, really pretty tile sets. There's even all the new creatures, the black wolves that we've been seeing. Some of the maps have got like a red deer or a brown deer that varies a
Yeah,
little bit
yeah,
from this style. They look a little bit more like the sacred deer that the Celt get, to be honest.
yeah. Very cool. Very appreciative of what the developers have done for the game, Project Celeste, Age of Empires Online. Just not only bringing it back, but then just making it even better than it ever was, which is amazing. So, for everyone who's tuning in, if you haven't checked out Age of Empires Online, go to projectceleste.com and check out the game, download it. But for everyone who is familiar with the game, and big shout out to our developers. Be sure to thank them any chance you get because they're bringing some amazing content to the game. It's like Flavio's deciding to go for a hunt here over here on the eastern side of the map, on the plateau as it were. Trying to these deer down here. Got a couple black wolves down, so nice little hunt there for Flavio.
Yeah, and he's in a nice position to be able to move these spears around the map too, I think is what he might be intending to do, but he's going to probably run headfirst into this town centre then. He's not really moving out on time, but he's actually opting to pull back. Probably might have just been checking to see if there was a proxy or something there, because it is a bit of a larger map.
Yeah, so Flavio pulling back with his spearmen there. Does have quite a few spearmen, but Casper is getting his second town center down a little bit sooner than Flavio. So, and it's a pretty decent position there over on the eastern side of the map for Casper. Town center is protecting the hunt, the berries, and the gold mines. So, nice town center placement there from Casper. Also getting a couple economic upgrades. But Flavio is deciding to pump out some slingers here and just establish his military presence. And Flavio, he does have the stone, but does not have the wood for his second town center. So he needs to maybe get some more lumberjacks going there so he can get his town center.
Well, that's it. It looks like Casper's really embraced the map by opting for a more greedy opening. He's actually opted for Chisel as well as his tier 1 of his wood and gold gathering upgrades. Flavio's only just taking his wood gathering upgrade now, and neither the gold or the stone upgrades. And like you said, he's a bit delayed on that town centre. He's even opting to get some more houses now to try and get more units out first.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Flavio, like you said, he is getting that wood cutting upgrade, so hopefully he can maybe catch back up in terms of his wood production so he can get his third town center down. Does have a few slingers, but Casper's just kind of focusing primarily on his economy there, getting some more economic upgrades. Casper is the wheelbarrow and the berry pickers, so Casper focusing heavily on that economy. But here comes the second town center for Flavio.
Fabio had actually cut villages for a little while there in queue, even though he had the resources to keep streaming them out, which is a bit unfortunate. Little mistakes like that can, over the course of the game, can slowly set you behind, put you in a position where you didn't need to or want to be in later on in the game.
Yeah, Casper, I think that's a decent choice there, trying to get out those Asabara. Like you mentioned, since it is somewhat of a larger map here, those Asabara will do wonders in terms of Casper being able to try to get out, do some raiding against Flavio. Flavio is still heavily investing in his slingers. I guess Flavio is anticipating the bowman count of the Persians.
Well, that's it, but I think it's a bit of a guess, and I'm not sure if he's guessed correctly considering there's Asabara coming out from the Persian.
Exactly. Casper does have an archer range coming down, but he is investing heavily into Asabara, getting out some Sparabara as well. So, see if Flavio can deal with that unit composition of Casper. While Flavio gathering from stone as well, so perhaps we'll see an H3 coming from him fairly soon. Maybe he wants to go for that fast H3 and get a third town center down. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I suppose it'd be pretty advisable on this map, and especially considering he was a bit behind on the Age 2 town center. He's probably trying to squeeze that third Age town center out a little bit quicker to try and make up for it. Casper's actually cut villages a couple of times himself now, and is starting to fall behind on the villager count with the second town center for Flavio finished, but he's going to be able to get some villager kills here too.
A nice little raid here from Casper, moving in with his Asabara. He's going to see if he can get that storehouse, but he's going to have to fall back here. So Casper got a villager. Got some information, so it's not too bad. Does have a watch post over there on the western side of the map, so trying to establish some control of the map, some vision on the map. Flavio pumping out some spearmen to try to deal with these Asabara. Flavio floating quite a bit of gold now. He needs to transition some of his gold miners to perhaps food or wood gathering. Meanwhile, Casper has queued up H3, is getting out some bowmen, getting out some more Asabara, but has gone to H3. So Casper continues to kind of stay just ahead of his opponent here, almost every aspect. While Flavio is trying to establish his economy as well, but he's kind of behind on food. He's getting out a lot of spearmen, and so Flavio is kind of falling behind in his food production. Again, he's just floating so much gold. I guess he's just trying to eat up as much gold as quickly as he can. You know, you can never have too much gold in the bank, I guess, but he does need to get some food so he can continue his villager production and other units. Casper, meanwhile, trying to see what damage he can do with his Asabara. Nice reaction there from Flavio. Casper is going to be forced to retreat here with his Asabara. He's going to run right into the army of Flavio, though. Nice catch from Flavio. He's going to get 1, 2, maybe 3. Asabara does get 3, doesn't get 4. He does not. Casper does not really have the composition to deal with Flavio's composition here. Those slingers are going to make short work of those bowmen, and those Asabara are not going to be enough on those slingers with those spearmen doing damage to the Asabara. So nice engagement there from Flavio.
Yeah, that was a really, really messy engagement there from Casper. I think he underestimated the slinger count from his opponent then, and ended up paying the price.
Casper tucking Talon, running back home. Going to try to regroup here. He did choose to not move out with his Sparabara. I guess he's leaving his Sparabara there in his wood line to, I guess, defend against any raids. So, you know, Casper, when you do that, you know, you've got to make a calculated decision. You know, do you want to take an engagement when you don't have your full army there? And it ended up kind of being devastating for Casper. He lost that first engagement, but he is trying to recover here. Flavio doesn't have much military in queue. Meanwhile, Casper again trying to be a pain in the neck for Flavio. Doesn't quite get a villager. Might lose an Asabara or two.
Just be careful because he's going to lose that one. Yep, it's going to fall. And he only really forced 2 villagers away then. But in saying that, he's forcing Flavio to have to reposition, have to come and deal with this at least.
He does get a watch post there, so Casper just kind of poking and prodding and kind of seeing what he can get done while he tries to recover himself. Again, Casper in H3, and so he's getting out some Takabara, which is a nice choice to try to counter the Slingers, although he is now population capped at 80. Casper, I think, kind of forgot about getting out houses, and I don't believe he has his 3rd town center, does he?
No, well, I think he's forgotten about his 3rd town center and about getting any houses as well, because he's sort of come to a bit of a screeching halt, really. He's forced to have to queue up a bunch of upgrades because he's floated all these resources, and he hasn't actually got the population room to actually fit anything more. Nice wall here from Flavio, going to deny any more cavalry from coming around.
Yeah, well done from Flavio there. Casper does need to desperately get his 3rd town center up. He's not gathering stone. He's trying to get out some immortals here. He needs to gather stone and get his 3rd town center. He is gathering stone now, so he should be able to get his 3rd town center shortly. Meanwhile, Flavio is still in H2, so opting to try to kind of beef up his army there, but he does queue up H3 there, so there's the H3 from Flavio. Floating so much gold, Flavio is.
Still got 17 villages on gold.
Yeah. I mean, he might be better served to spread those out a little bit more evenly, but, you know, again, I guess it's not bad that he's getting as much gold as possible. He did learn from last game that, in the end game, he ran out of gold and it ended up losing the game for him. So he understands the importance of gold, but, he may be able to make something happen if he were to spread his economy out a little bit more evenly.
Well, that's it. And he's a bit slow on the H3. Casper's actually taking the town center pretty safely right now. Giving a whole bunch of houses to make sure he doesn't get population cap like he just did. And I believe he'd be on track with his upgrades as well. I think Flavio's really ahead because he just has so much gold in the bank in terms of the score. And he's also got a slightly higher worker count. Actually, it's quite a reasonable amount higher. It's about 17 workers higher, 59 to 42. And
yeah, I think
this is a bit cheeky.
Yeah, it is. Interesting.
He's going to see it all now, so this will get interesting. He's going to pull back and get all these kills.
A good pickup there from Casper, but yeah, Casper, he just spent so much time capped at 80. I think that's really what caused him to fall so far behind in villager count and population or villager population is just the fact that he was capped at 80 for so long, but he did get all of those villagers, so it's a very nice pickup there from Casper, and he does have villagers queued up now. He does have his 3rd town center up, so he is going to try to quickly get back into the game, get back into the economy game.
Yeah, he's only 4 villages behind now. 3 villages behind now, so he's done a good job of catching up, actually. And he's managed to deny this gold. He's going to be able to know if Flavio decides to go back onto it again. Flavio's done a good job of putting a watch post here, though, to protect these resources.
Yeah, again, critical to have vision on the map so that you can control the map and see when your opponent makes a move to get a particular resource, especially gold. So, nice watch posts there from both players. Flavio pulling a play out of Dak's playbook and going for a great wall approach across the middle there.
Yeah. I was going to say, mate, I might have to give you a rain check for your game against Dak. It's starting to get quite late now. I was regretting having picked a big map because I thought this might go on a little bit too long for me.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just about 2 a.m. here, so
Getting pretty late. Casper's going to find this watch post here, so deny that vision for Flavio. And Casper also, perhaps more importantly, has discovered that Flavio does not have a presence in that kind of basin there up to the northwest. He does find this wall. He's going to try to do some damage to the wall, maybe apply some pressure here, force Flavio to send some units to deal with this. Meanwhile, Flavio making a push on the right side of the map. And so we'll see if Flavio can get any work done with his units. But Flavio is starting to fall behind significantly in population. Casper is once again population capped, but he is about 33 population ahead now.
well, that's it. And I think putting that pressure on has really forced Flavio to think about where he's going to go to actually get resources now. And he's really having to hunker down here in the middle of the map. He's doing a good job at actually solidifying his position here. Nice to see him chuck up a second or even third wall line, and then try and creep forward slightly from there. And maybe if Casper does the same thing, or if he continues to try and harass at the corners, he can make for quite a nice game going into the mid-game.
Yeah, but so far Flavio is just so far behind in population, and his economy is not quite as thriving as Casper. Casper was able to get his third town center up. Again, he was population capped for a while there, but he was able to recover quite nicely. So now Casper has the advantage, and he's going to run into the Great Wall of Flavio here. Great gated wall of Flavio. I do really enjoy the new or the H3 walls for the Celts. They look very cool, but Casper is going to be able to push through. Casper says, "Knock, knock, anybody home?" And he's not going to find much.
This SimCity here is actually nice for him because he's able to pick off the first couple of houses relatively free. His bowmen are all out of the range of the slingers for now, and he'll find a hole and try and get his Asabara around the back, and he might even win this push. This isn't a very nice spot for Flavio.
Might just win the game here. Casper might. He's got those Immortals as well. The Immortals are just so strong.
GG.
Yeah. GG.
Actually, I sort of wasn't expecting them to finish 2 minutes after that. Yeah, well, if Dak's ready to go, I'd be keen to cast the best of one of that.
All right. See who is ready.
Yeah, in terms of the villagers trained, Flavio actually led for most of the game, but then I suppose when you look at the total population, Casper's raids really even things up there, and because Flavio locked up so much in his walls, I think he didn't end up really having enough back at home to defend.
Yeah, well played there from Casper. Casper was able to recover. He slipped a little bit there with his production, but was able to recover quite nicely and ended up making a push at the exact opportune moment, and Flavio just didn't have anything to respond to it. So well done there from Casper. GG from both players. You have word from Dak yet?
No, just have a quick look. Yes, I haven't heard word from Dak. Who did you say was willing to come from one?
Rizor.
Rizor. Okay, cool. All right. Well, I might go for a quick smoke, and then yeah, we'll have a game between you and Rizor.
All right, sounds great.
Sounds good.
I am, yeah.
You're good.
Yeah.
Alright guys, so we're back on, and we've got an equal footing game between the Spaniard and Dak, so we're going to get this underway. We've got a Celt versus Babylonian game. Oh, what just happened there? Alright, so take two. Bit of a funny one. Sometimes when you go to launch the game, it'll actually kick the other player, or one of the other players, for some reason. What? That was strange. Cool, alright, so it looks like we are underway for the Series 3, or, well, it's only a best of one, it's not really a series. So we've got Dak versus the Spaniard on this lovely map, equal footing. Spaniard opting for a quick expansion of the wood, taking the berries as well at this stage. Good luck, have fun to his opponent before he checks for his hunt. Dak already having found his. I think because the Spaniard hasn't opted for hunting dogs at this stage, he's looking to try and get out a quick barracks. Doubly so because he's already getting the extra wood. So Dak, in the meantime, just having found his second hunt, probably looking to try and see what his opponent's going to get up to now. Or try and see if he's got a third one in a bit of a nicer spot. Spaniard clearing his second hunt right now. And he should pretty much have the wood to throw down a barracks in a sec. I think he's going to try and opt to do it a bit of an aggressive spot. Yep, we see the barracks come out. So Spaniard's barracks, a little bit quicker than Dak's, who's still about 100 wood behind this stage. So I think that's really going to pay off for the Spaniard, because his barracks is already nearly half built. Dak still hasn't even got his on the way just yet. He's still about 75 wood off, so quite a strong opening we see here from Spaniard. And I wonder if he'll actually look at pumping out hunting dogs behind this, or what he might look at doing from here. So Dak still just looking at getting what wood he can out of here. Spaniard's barracks just about completed. And he's just got the wood now to be able to throw up another ox cart too. He's got this barracks, he's going to keep sending out the spearmen. He knows, he doesn't actually quite know yet. He does know now, so he knows his opponent's barracks is quite delayed. Oh, there's 4 units actually cast on it, so Dak's wood income right now is pretty much in tatters. An awful lot of food, but he's just queuing up a bunch of villagers now. He's a bit slow on this barracks. Spaniard, in the meantime, just scouting out. He's going to rally them all together and try and push in together, I think. Dak's only just now expanding onto his woodline. Spaniard's just rallying off his ox cart to be able to take it. The beauty of Babylonian, you just move them wherever you want. A lot of villagers just onto the wood now. A couple of spears. Third spear on the way for Spaniard. A nice economic position, but he probably wants to look at getting a little bit more gold at this stage. I think he's probably going to want to push that ox cart onto the gold rather than trying to take the stone at this point. Sending a single spearman in now just to get a bit of scouting information, see what his opponent's got, do a bit of raiding, force all these villagers to attack the single spearman, and I mean, it's going to get microed away, but at the same time, the spearman is going to do an awful lot of damage considering he's holding up all 5 of these villagers. We're only now going to get rallied away, so in the meantime, there's another bunch of spearmen down here in the mid-map. He's going to try and clear out the wolves. Did he manage to save that little spearman in the end? Did he lose it to a wolf? He lost it to a wolf, I think. Anyway, Spaniard's going to try and make a bit more of a harass. He's expecting Dak to have taken the stone up here, but he'll take it for what it is at least. And he's got a lot of stone of his own on the way. So the Spaniard's in a really nice position right now. Bunch of spearmen here from Dak. Slightly outnumbering Spaniards. But if he micros these well, he can get a little bit out of this at least. So he's getting the ziggurat now. His age 2 is going to be quite a fair bit quicker than Dax, who's banking an awful lot of wood. Doesn't actually have the food to be able to pump out his age 3 just yet. He's got second barracks to be able to defend in time. Now he's sort of really delayed in terms of his economy, so he's down on 20 workers. Spaniards on 22. He's got the age 2. He's not far off getting the second town centre right now, so this is a really nice spot for Spaniard to be in. Dak's not done too badly in trying to defend here. He's managed to kill all those spearmen, but at what cost? His scout's dangerously low back there. He can't do anything with that. And the Spaniard's in a nice position to be able to push into him now. He's got the age 2. You can probably look at getting some shield bearers or taking up from here. Going to throw down the age 2 town centre a lot faster than his opponent here. Dak still hasn't really got the stone. Only just getting the food now to get his age 2. He's got an awful lot of a lot of wood in the bank. So the Spaniard just scouting out, just got this forward infantry here to put a bit of pressure on his opponent, make sure there's no spears coming out. Dak in the meanwhile, just going to try and take the boars as well, get himself a nice big amount of food, 500 food of each of these. A whole bunch of houses being thrown up here for Dak. Still hasn't really got the stone he needs. So he's only just now getting the Bronze Age at 6 minutes. Whereas Spaniard, he's been here for a little while. He's got the age 2 town centre already finished up. Nice position for him to be in. Watch post as well is going to be able to see everything that pops out of here, I think. I'm not quite going to be able to see what units pop out, but he's going to get a good vision of the gold mine at least. The long swordsman coming out now for Dak. Spaniard pretty much even in terms of the population. In terms of the worker population, he's up by about 6 though, which is pretty big, considering that's about an extra 5th or so of villagers. So he's just now transitioning to the shield bearers. Going to look at adding on some other facilities, getting a stables now himself. Sacred Grove being thrown down for the Celt player. This is a nice catch for Spaniard, who's doing a little bit of extra damage as the units come in, but he hasn't really got any anti-infantry here. So he's going to have to back out pretty quickly because the massive long swordsman is going to cut through his army quite quickly. And even with the healing tech, it's not going to really be enough for him. He needs to get some anti-infantry out in the field. So he's probably going to get some lancers, but he might be best off getting a bit of ranged as well. So there's another barracks being thrown down here for Dak. Units going down together down the back. Get that back hunt. Spaniard forced to pull everything back now. Just wait for everything to regen up, get some more units to add to it. He's going for a bit of a 1-1-1 sort of opening and then getting his second stables. Oh, another archery range as well, so adding in a bit more in terms of production. Oh, here we go, Duck's getting an armory as well as his barracks. So we've got the 3 barracks, Grove, Armory versus 2 stables, archery range barracks. Oh, 2 stables, 2 archery range barracks. So Spaniard already a little bit ahead economically, 40 workers to 30. But he's actually cut his worker production at the moment, so that could be a bit costly for him. And Pickers gloves as well, so he's got a slight economic advantage, I think. Oh no, Dak's actually taking quite a few of his upgrades, but he's only got the 1 villager training at the moment, so that's not so good. Some nice hard hats he's got on his villagers. His villagers have passed occupational health and safety requirements, which, as we all know, right across the world are getting more and more stringent every year, which is probably a good thing. But anyway, these lancers are doing a good job against his infantry, but he needs to be careful with them, because if the spearmen are what get onto the lancers, he can lose them quite quickly. So he's putting in good work against the long swordsman, but the Spaniard have enough to really be able to defend here. He hasn't really got a lot in terms of a unit advantage here. Dak's got a good push here with all of his long swordsmen, but all the spearmen have pretty much fallen now, so the long swordsman pretty much at the behest of the lancers, and a couple have managed him to get out quite low, which is going to be quite good for Spaniard going to the late game. He's got the free healing on them. The Celt player has to get everything back for the root druids. Really, really interesting item choices here, guys. Just not what I'd take onto the battlefield, but okay. Reasonable vision for Spaniard there. He's going to be able to see all the houses and anything else added there. Another watch post over here. Some gardens coming out for the Babylonian player. So these are really good because they not only do they reduce your training and research time, but they also generate 1 food over time, which is really useful. The Spaniard is probably going to look at making something happen. He's got a slight worker count advantage, population advantage as well. Dak's already got his market though. A bit of a safe market from Dak. Both players just stalling out a little bit. Spaniard's actually throwing down a bit of a great wall here. It's going to be quite interesting. Dak's reached H3 in the meantime. Spaniard doesn't have anything in queue at the moment. Interesting. So he's on 57 to 43, so he's actually ahead in terms of the villager count, but he's got a bit of a cut of his villagers at the moment. He's got plenty of food in the bank too, so he probably even get even more. This great wall of Spaniards is going to be quite interesting though. The watch posts are pretty strategically positioned. We get really good vision. Going to know exactly when Dak moves out. Really only Dak can get out through this little choke here, which means a watchtower here, Spaniard. So he's still progressing on the Great Wall of Spain or America. Trump's in power. Anyway, Dak's sort of still just playing quite passively at the moment. Just getting a whole bunch of stables. Wants to be able to make use of the H3. Hasn't thrown down his 3rd town centre just yet. Spaniard on the other hand, he's getting chisel. Still just an age 2 himself. Throwing down more walls. I see that there's an awful lot of villagers up here, so I wonder if he's going to go for a raid anytime soon. This horseman, he's going to come around, try and chase the scout, but he's not going to be there in time. Instead, he's just going to kill some wildlife. Not sure if you're allowed to do that these days or not. Big force of lancers here, 21 lancers. I need a couple of horsemen actually. So even though the horsemen do actually counter the cavalry, is it going to be enough? There's a lot of vulnerable villages just over here on Dak's gold mine. He hasn't yet expanded onto any others. He's taken his main gold mine and he's got that one there. If that falls, it can be quite precarious for him. Spaniard's walls are in quite a nice position. He's going to be able to defend the gold, defend that gold. Another one just up there as well. So both players just sort of a bit of lull in combat. But Spaniard, bit of a big population lead. He's got 68 to 55. And in terms of the army supply, he's also going to be about 40 ahead. Even more in the way of walls. He really wants to try and zone his opponent here, and he's going to catch a whole bunch of these horsemen coming across. It's a huge number of lancers. So the Spaniard, he's got an awful lot more in production than Dak has. He's got a single upgrade in favour of about 4. So the Spaniard taking pretty much all of his tier 1 or H2 defensive upgrades. Dak's just having the wall up now, but is it going to be enough? Spaniard's taking a really nice army position down here at the south. Pretty much capped out on population for H2. Looking at taking up to H3 now. It's a little bit slow H3 from himself, but he is pretty much maxed out in H2. His opponent only just opting for his 3rd town centre now, and Dak, he's already behind on population, so I'm not sure if it really matters. Spaniard's already positioned himself well that despite being an age down, he's got the macro advantage over his opponent. And he's really got the field position advantage here. He's walled up a lot of segments of the map. Dak's not really going to be able to expand much at all. And the unfinished wall here is going to prove costly for Dak because all these villages are going to be at the peril of all these lancers. These unfinished farms here. Everything's going to garrison. There's about 15 villages garrison. That's never a good sign when you've got 15 villages garrison. The armories completely interrupted. Oh, another 22 villages garrisoned here. So Dak pretty much garrisoned about almost 40 villages worth. That's pretty big. The Spaniards raid straight onto the market. This could be quite costly for him. There's not really much here to defend it with. Meanwhile, here over on the southern side, there's a big force as well that's pushing into Dak's base straight onto his production facilities, and he's really only got a handful of horsemen to help defend with, and it's just not going to be enough. The infantry over at the top side are just being annihilated by this mass lancer comp. Spaniard's done a really good job at splitting his army up here, and I don't know if Dak's really going to be able to defend here. He's got a whole bunch of villagers being forced into the town centre again, and he just doesn't seem to have enough here at home. These units over on the southern side have killed off the forces attacking them, and over on the northern side, there's more infantry being rallied into the lancers, and again, the Spaniards' army split has really put his opponent in a precarious position. There's not much he can actually do. He doesn't want to run his infantry into the southern side because there's all the archers, but on the top side, there's just all these lancers, these upgraded lancers that just seem to be hitting way too hard. There's a bunch of shield bearers to follow up. There's so much more in production for Spaniard right now, and he's 134 to 173 supply. Things are looking really grim at the moment for Dak. More on the top side being lost, and he's going to be able to try and take the stables now too, I believe. Over on the south side, he's taking one of them, putting pressure on another one, taking a couple of villages as well off the farm. So it'd be really costly for Dak in the long run. He's only got 15 of those food villages. He hasn't got much in the way of gold gatherers either. He's really only got what's over here. Over on this side, Spaniard's really helped deny this gold. That's a great job from Spaniard. There's only the 4 villages over here and a whole bunch being more rallied over there. And that's going to prove to be dangerous because I think Spaniard's positioning himself to try and push straight on that again now this time. So he's going to try and clear another stables. Try and clear some more houses. Lock Dak straight into the corner. And Dak, he's backed right up into that corner and there's nowhere for him to go. Spaniard's destroying his production facilities, destroy the house. Wrapping back around his base to try and pinch some more villages off him, and he's creeping further and further forward with these walls. It's not really going to be anywhere for Dak to go. Losing even more here. He's only got long swordsmen in production. There's not much else he can really afford. He's got, well, I suppose he's got plenty of wood in the bank, but not much in the way of gold. These lancers are really putting in the work. It's 49 to 82 in the village count now, so it's about... Spaniards opened it up to about 33, 34 villager lead at this point, and other than these augurs right in the middle of Dak's, well positioned between Dak's 3 town centres, he's pretty much over for now, I think. He's relying on having to just convert, and that's all he's got going for him right now. This is the bulk of his army now, it's these conversion units. They're doing a good job though. He's doing a good job of trying to micro them onto individual targets to try and get some good converts here. He'll get 3 units there right quite quickly, which is quite smart of him, but the Spaniard has just pushed him back so far, and if it weren't for these augurs, I think it would be already opened it by now. Babylonian player picking off even more units of the Kel player, and he's forced him straight off this gold pretty much as it finishes. Another market being thrown down for Dak, but this time it's in an even more panic position than the last. He's got nowhere he can really go now, and there's all these mounted archers in here now trying to pick down the augurs. He's only killed them one at a time, and that may be it for Dak. He's just got so many villagers stacked up on the same resource nodes now. He's just doing everything he can to keep them at the back of his base, keep them alive, but he's just losing too much here at the front. All the bowmen and the slingers are just putting in the work, destroying the houses, the grove. It's all falling down now. There's just not much left for Dak anymore. There's just too much here at the back. There's more lancers coming in. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on for much longer, man. Spaniard's really tightening his grip, and he's got 91 villagers to 39 now, so nearly 3 times his opponent's villager count now. Dak is just running out of room, running out of steam, running out of resources. There's not much left for him anymore. There's no stone for towers or replacement town centers or to repair them, and not enough gold to keep pumping out anything other than anything other than spearmen at this stage. He's got the market at the back, but I don't know if he wants to just dump all of his resources in the hopes that he can push out right now, but doesn't really have a choice. There's nothing much left for him. He's down to 41 villages to 97, and everything in the queue is just popping out and dying, seemingly. Getting another couple of good converts, but the last of the augurs has now fallen, and that's pretty much it for him, I think. One more augur at the back here, converting one last lancer, but this is Custer's last stand, I think, folks. There's just nothing much left for Dak at this point. The Spaniard has just got so much in the bank, so much economy advantage. 101 workers to 34 by now, so I think it's just too much. The slappers are coming out. The mass sapper, he's going to come and slap you with the sappers. So the Spaniard, he's just pushing in everything. He's got all these mounted archers here to try and pick off what he can. Going to try and take the Sacred Grove as well, kill the augur off. And I think this might just about be GG. There's sappers coming in from a couple of barracks at once, 3 barracks at once. Now he's transitioned back to the long swordsman to help kill off the spears. Force has sort of overstayed its welcome, but Dak's economy is in shambles. There's nothing left. The last of the long swordsmen on the low side of his base are coming back across, but it's not going to be enough. This town centre and his barracks are definitely going to fall here soon. Single mounted archer putting in the work, killing off a converted lancer, but yeah, it's not going to be enough for Dak right now. There's just too much. He's forced back to 2 town centres. Spaniard expanding again, taking even more production facilities. More being taken up the back of Dak's base, but that's just because he's got nowhere he can go but by this stage. There's just too much pressure from the mass sappers following up with their big rams, knocking over everything right now. Clumsy buggers. There's more mounted archers piling up at the corner of the map. A fortress here, a forward fortress from the Spaniard, who knows he can chase his opponent to the ends of the earth and into the corner of the map by now. There's not much left for Dak in the tank by now, but he still persists. He's down to 36 villages to 115 from his opponent. He's still got this last little force left. Can he do it? I don't know if he can, but he's going to give it a shot. He's still throwing down more barracks, more houses. He's going to do what he can, but he can't build anything more. He's got no houses left anymore, so a whole bunch of panicked farms being thrown down to try and get in what resources he can, but any bigger force here from Spaniard, and I think it's going to be over. More cavalry being massed up, more sappers being massed up. These are sort of just to really try and thin his opponent out, I think, and stop him from really being able to establish himself in the centre bit here between the two town centres. But without the third town centre on the front to help defend all of this, I'm not sure how much he's going to be able to do here. Pretty much only gathering wood at the very back of the base now, and all these workers are pretty precariously positioned. Augurs, one of them falling, another one of them just about to fall. Back down to only one augur again. And over here, there's another big force of sappers coming in to try and take out the town centre. More mounted archers coming up the back. A lancer to try and end the economy of Dak. The nation of Dak. Might not be any more soon, folks. This town centre, this second town centre of Dax is falling. His first is already dead. He's sucked through his second and his third. And it's all just about over, I think. There's more mounted archers, more lancers up the back. Just picking off the villagers. Getting what little he can. Reasonable force here from Dak, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. The Spaniard just has too much in the bank. Age 4 coming in now. 100 supply difference now. When you can just sort of throw away sappers at your opponent like that, you know it's pretty much over at this stage. Dak doing what he can to valiantly defend, but he doesn't have the units to even kill the sappers quickly enough, I don't think. Town centre, it's being repaired, but it's just copping too much of a hiding. Dak is forced back onto nothing now. He doesn't have a single town centre left. He's got barely any wood. His wood gatherers have completely stopped for some reason. He must have microed them off to try and take a fight, but now he realises and he's got to try and get the stone and the wood out, otherwise it's all over. Fourth TC being thrown down for the Spaniard, who's really backed his opponent in the corner right now. Dak's forces are pretty much annihilated. He doesn't even have a town centre at this point. Can he do it? Can he get it up quick enough? So many villages, too many villages even. A minute. You have a minute. Can you do it, Dak? Can you do it? All this extra stone. I hope he puts it down into towers, because that's the only way he's going to have a chance at this point, because he's so far behind. He's age 3, his opponent is maxed out in age 4. It's pretty much all over at this point, I think. Dak's doing what he can to get the wood that he can. He has enough. He's got enough, but he needs to throw down this town centre quick. A good spot too, so not bad of a choice. It's sort of in the very centre of all of his stuff, so it's in the most defendable sort of position that he can put it. And really, he probably might even be best off throwing down a second up here, but the Spaniard will just be waiting, just counting down the minute, counting down the seconds. But Dak has done it. Saved himself again. Let's see all these villages, all 30 of Dak's villages running aimlessly everywhere just to try and find something to gather, but it's going to be too little too late, I believe. All these sappers coming in now are going to take out that town centre. Dak's going to try and throw up another town centre in the meantime, I believe. But he just doesn't have enough to actually defend here. There's just way too many mounted archers. Too many sappers to deal with as well. It's a nice spot, Dak putting it right in between the 3 buildings. Really limiting the amount of damage that Spaniard can do to it, but I think it's too little too late. Spaniard, again, keeping the pressure up. There's not much Dak can do from this position. There's even War Chariots out. Really tanky late game units for the Babylonian player. Another barracks, another town centre being thrown down in overtime for Dak, but this time he doesn't have a fighting force to defend it with. It's pretty much over, I think. It's going to be built, but how long can he hold? All of his production facilities are falling now. It's basically over. The War Chariots being microed back to try and take out as many villages as possible. They're doing a good job at it. And that's it, GG, I think, pretty much. I'm sorry, Dak, but I think that's it. It's all over. He's all out of villages. Down to his last couple of units, and it's pretty much it. GG. So Dak with some valiant attempts trying to hold off there at the end, but I think once it had snowballed into Spaniard's favour, it was never really going to be the other way, so to speak, because so once you fall behind and you've lost those town centres, there's almost no way of coming back without basically microing every unit you've got all over the map. But anyway, guys, I think that's going to be a conclusion of the show matches. Thank you for tuning in. It's been fun as always to cast them, and I might not have any next week. Just take a bit of a break from them, just because it's been 5 weeks in a row of them, and I probably need a bit of a week off to recover. And then after that, we'll look at getting back into some more of them. Yeah, guys, thanks for watching.